ever since I met you, babe. I've been up, down, every way. You started fires, I'm afraid that I can't leave, can't walk away. I knew you was trouble, babe. I know you think my heart's a game. I saw that hunger on your face, the lioness, and I'm the prey. I know I should run, I know I should hide, but I keep staying one more night. I try and resist you, I know that I should, but danger never looks so good. Looks so, but danger never looks so good. Your eyes know just what they want, like a maze inside I'm lost. I try to climb, escape these walls, but every time we touch I fall. Lord, please tell me what to do. Is this a test set down from you? She comes in hot, then leaves me cold. I'm always coming back for more. I know I should run, I know I should hide, but I keep staying one more night. I try and resist you, I know that I should, but danger never looks so good. But danger never looks so good. start to show. Each fall curves something deep. The center of the world lead the way. Everyone was mine to make. Every sky is a line I've drawn. Every wall is a sign I've worn. I don't just win, I carve my name into the stone against a flame. Every sky is a line I've drawn. Every wound is a sign I've won. Cut by cut, mark by mark, my name forever in the stone. I don't just win, I live my mark into the stone.
The skyline of Wonju sets the scene for our elimination matchup here at the road to MSI. It is KT Rolster trying to bounce back against that reverse sweep that they were able to complete against Gen G, who are looking to continue their streak of 5 MSIs in a row. Welcome everyone to the English broadcast here at LCK. It's Digon alongside Wadid, Wolf, and Yankost to set you up for KT versus Gen G. It is number 3 versus number 4, and number 4 barely got here.
Man, it doesn't matter. All it matters is this match, and I'm pretty sure both teams are ready for today.
He thinks he's pretty sure. How do you feel, Wolf?
I mean, look, we just saw KT barely get over the line and make that reverse sweep happen against D+. Gen G looking to be one of our most dominant teams right now. It doesn't get more David and Goliath than this.
Yankost.
Well, I feel like DK could have been there, right? DK could have also been there. It was so close, and given that KT barely made, like who mentioned it, I just don't see it. You know, Gen G been dominant. Gen G is a strong team. How can KT do it? But this is where KT thrives. This is what they like. Absolutely. Against all odds.
Let's see how they got here again with a look at that bracket. It started with D+ taking care of the bros, KT with that reverse sweep. A messy series, but they ended up on top against D+ Kia. Yesterday, we got to see an upset with Hanwha Life Esports, the number 1 seed, but coming in feeling like the number 2, getting the victory against T1. T1 are awaiting the victor of this matchup, Gen G versus KT.
When you look at that bracket, this matchup feels like the odd one out. You had the epic matchup yesterday, and then you're expecting Gen G to go forward into that rivalry matchup against T1 tomorrow. This is the matchup that you think is going to be the sleeper, right? And that's sometimes when it surprises you.
It's the comfort zone. As we take a look at the history between these two squads, Gen G and KT have been the surprise matchup here. As look at that match score. This is the indomitable Gen G roster that had records being broken during the regular season, and KT not only stopped them during the regular season of 24 and 25, but also at that World Semifinals last year.
Man, even though it's a Gen G favorite, if I'm KT fan, that World's 25 semifinals hurts me so hard. And I think you still have something against KT, because I think KT is the one team who plays against Gen G, and they're really good on it right now.
Yeah, I feel like KT is a team that does bring upsets. You can see 3 wins against Gen G, so it did happen. It happened at Worlds, it happened this year as well. So if there's any team that could do it against all odds, in my opinion, it could be KT.
You look at this graphic here as well, you can see KT is the team that does it the odd one out in that graphic in terms of successful teams internationally as well. Next to Hanwha Life and T1, those are teams you expect could go toe-to-toe with Gen G, but it's KT that often gets it done when you least expect it.
But it also speaks just to the caliber that Gen G are, the standard that they've set over the last several years with the core of this roster. They are so good. We're like, they have 13 losses compared to their 70 wins. Ooh, maybe there's a chance there. That's how good they have been. And it starts in the top lane as we take a look at these two top laners, as it has been quite the surprising season for Perfect. We're like, okay, maybe it's a flash in the pan here from last year, but no, he came out guns a-blazing and has set the league on fire.
And for me, if there is one lane where it has to start forwards towards KT, it is that top lane, because even though Keen is an amazing player, Perfect has been stepping up so much for KT. You can see his Zahen win rate currently is at 100%, 7 wins on it. Yes, he does pick it only as a counter pick, so it's not something that he can always pull out, but I feel like he's the player who has been really consistent, and even in some games that KT lost, Perfect has been that player who just kept his form throughout the entire season.
You take a look at Keen's most played champion, it's the Scion, which he often weak sides with a blind pick. And like you mentioned, for that Zahen, it's normally a counter pick here for Perfect, and specifically into the Scion, he loves that matchup. So I do think that's one matchup we could end up seeing today for sure, and one of these win rates is going to go down.
Yeah, again, these two guys have been doing great so far for their squad. Perfect starting off pretty hot, and you can take a look at that match number 5. Early on in the season, we're like, okay, KT won early, it's fine, there comes Gen G. They're able to do it again, and it was convincing.
Yeah, Perfect was the one player who started the counter matchup on the top side. I think at the beginning of the season, he started to play the Vayne top, and everyone follows. And now, I think even though the counter matchup is still valuable, I think the blind pick is more important nowadays. So I think it makes variable option for the draft. Yesterday, we could see Zeus playing Jace into Scion. It was crucial. I don't think like Doran handled that much well on the laning phase. I think it's gonna be happen again. Like, you have to decide what are you gonna blind pick on your first pick decision. So I feel like it's gonna be really important. Either you go for Jace, go for aggression, or you pick Scion for the defensive.
I think the thing that's for me about Perfect is he is the player that has been the most consistent without resources. And for aiming, he needs all the gold, right? He needs all the money, and he picked up the POM in the road here against D+. But it's been perfect in some of these matchups where he gets it done with very little help. Keen, on the other hand, same story. He is playing so much weak side, he's getting solo kills on Scion, he's popping off.
Yeah, and I feel like Keen is always that, when you guys are talking about counter picks, right? Like, Keen is comfortable in these moments because Keen is the one who soaks all of the blind picks. He's fine putting his mid laner as a counter pick or his bot laner. Keen is going to be fine. Keen is going to pick Kin Santa, he's going to pick Scion, he's going to pick Renekton, and he will for sure deliver. So Perfect really has to step up tonight.
Yeah, and as much as Perfect has been solid here for KT in the top side of the map, despite the ups and downs of the team, in the mid lane, BDD, who is the star of this squad, hasn't had the same type of consistency from round 1 to round 2. At the beginning of the season, quite on fire, and then you see some of those numbers start to drop here, Wolf.
Yeah, it's the BDD evolution. Put the Digimon theme out. He's Agumon, he's going back to Koromon. Okay, he's in baby form right now. Because right now, BDD, you look at some of his stats in round 1 where he was incredible with Cuz. Look at his gold difference at 14 to where it is now. His laning stats dropping in a massive way. Look at his lane percentage as well. He is just not able to sync up with Cuz. He's not able to sync up with effort as much right now, and we're just seeing BD's form look really rough, and you can see it in his player cam oftentimes. He's super frustrated with how his team is playing, but often his own play with some of the solo deaths he's had. And this is the main character of KT, has been the main character of KT over the last 2 years. But something needs to change. He is going to have to step up because tonight he faces Chovy.
Yeah, in current meta, I think we often mention about the bot lane matchups is so important because if you get the bot priority, you get the Drake. But most important thing is that you have to get the mid priority, so that makes your bot lane even more comfortable because that enables to have the bot dive as well. So I think the synergy between mid jungle is even more important.
Absolutely. Speaking of mid jungle, we talk about the player that does set up for BDD, the other star on this squad. It is Cuz, who, in a very similar vein, had a nice start, and then started to drop off a little bit more, maybe more playing for the team with the kill participation, but otherwise a lot of numbers going down.
It is a roller coaster indeed in the jungle. I feel like mid jungle, like you guys said, it is connected a little bit, and you cannot really perform really highly as a jungler when your mid lane is struggling, and the other way around, because if your jungler is not supporting you, if your support is not roaming to mid lane, it is going to be very hard to dominate the mid lane. And I feel like Kaz and BDD were crucial and vital for KT's success, especially at Worlds last year. So if these guys don't step up tonight, if Kaz doesn't regain his form, if he doesn't communicate well with BDD, if the comps are not there, if the winning matchups are not there, and they can't stop all the games, Shumet jungle, top lane is not going to be enough.
I like the point you mentioned as well. They both are dropping, right? And if the jungler's doing poorly, the mid struggles, or the mid's doing poorly, the jungle struggles, it feels like they're kind of bad for each other as well. Like they're both committing to each other's shenanigans, and they're both losing together when they go for these commitments. I want to see them just play more slowly and play more punishing like we saw in round 1.
Hey, but that means that if they connect, maybe they're going to be doing well together as well. So if one of them flips the switch and becomes good, then the other one's going to chip in on that, and then we have this snowballing coaster.
Well, one of the reasons why KT has been able to keep going up, despite the lack of connection, as Yenko said, is the bottom side of the map. That's our next focus. It's about Ruler and about aiming. Both these guys having solid years throughout. But aiming, again, kind of cooling off as KT's performance has gotten worse throughout the year.
I mean, if you compare Ruler and aiming right now, start of Ruler, I think he had some struggle in the earlier phase of the season, but I think he stepped up. Finally, he's back. That's the reason why Gen.G are dominating again in the regular split. And for aiming, he started really well. He had some winning streak, and I think most of the wins from KT was from aiming and effort, making a great situation on the bot lane. But right now, it seems like it's kind of falling off here.
Now, if you look at aiming stats compared to KT's performance, when you look at round 2, the big fall off there, aiming hasn't fallen off that much. You can see a small drop in CS difference, but his gold difference of 14 actually goes up a little bit here. Damage per gold, that's a stat we're always looking at, and losing games, like how much were you able to do with the little gold you had? Still drops from 1st to 9th, right? But ultimately, I think doing very well, considering the circumstances. He isn't messing it up. It's been the mid and the jungle that's been the issue. They played through him against D+, they scaled up, and he was able to pick up POM. So against Ruler today, tougher ask, I would say. Ruler a much stronger player than Smash right now. But if they can get out of the 2v2, or they could just play scaling drafts, I think aiming is a real win con here for KT Rolster.
Yeah, I think Ruler has really leveled up in terms of the laning phase. It is that occasional mid lane, mid game oopsie, maybe a step too far on a wave he doesn't need to be on, but teams haven't been able to punish it as much. Yanko, so you want to add more?
For me, I feel like the tricky part about aiming and carrying in mid-late game is that Gen.G as a team is really good at these mid-late game team fights. They do like, compared to our teams like HLE and T1 that are very chaotic and like these skirmishes in the early game that we have watched yesterday, I feel like Gen.G is on a slower pace team that likes to scale, that likes to team fight, and doing that against, I mean, KT doing that against Gen.G, I don't know if that's the win con really.
Yeah, well, it didn't work out too much here against D+Key as we take a look at some of the stats from that 5-game series. It was not good for KT as you look at that at 8 minutes, at 14 minutes, and at 20 minutes. This looks like the absolute inverse of Hanwha Life Esports, who gets an early lead, makes it a little bit, and by 20 minutes, they're gone with the game. And somehow KT won this series, we did.
Yeah, if you watch this RTM round 2 game, I'm pretty sure how you feel about today's series as well. I think this game was all about KT messing up in the laning phase, and at the end, they just won. I think you can literally say DK just threw the game, and that's how it felt like, because they got the Soul Drake, they got Elder as well, but randomly KT just comes back and like just turned it around, and they just got the series. But for me, I think most of the important thing for KT was that when they're losing, they had no player to pull the trigger to make the bounce. But I think they win is a win, you know, they won the series.
That's what we're going with, a win.
Yeah, win is a win.
Win is a win, guys.
Yeah,
It's true, they're here. Like,
they can right now. Yeah, and maybe you want to focus on the negative things more, but for me, if you are a KT Hopium, then I'm going to focus on the good things, you know. They're missing some hero plays, they were missing some hero team fight, and now they're here. Now they're here to prove themselves again, so I feel like it's the moment, it's the momentum.
Listen, they made it to Wonju. They have not given up mentally throughout the series. They actually made the reverse sweep happen. They have won against DK. That being said, They were 1.5 to 3K gold down every single
Bro,
game.
I don't want to talk about the specific stats, you know. Here we are in the drama.
I mean, look at the faces of the players, right? It was not there was no elation.
Look at the aiming.
Aiming knows they gotta go with it.
Carry, right? But like, there's no elation here for KT. I think there's two takeaways from the D+ series.
Okay.
One, Genji's not D+, okay?
No.
You're not going to get away with those games. But the other takeaway is KT knew their win cons. They knew how to stall out the games, to find those late game conditions so they could win. They waited for mistakes. I don't think Genji are going to make those mistakes, but it's proof, as we saw a little bit yesterday, that even 8,000, 9,000 gold behind, this team knows how to make every right choice to get that one chance to get back into the game. And if D+, or rather if Genji play like D+, if they do make those mistakes today, KT will punish.
Well, we did have one chance to talk to the top laners of both squads. Let's go ahead and take a listen.
2016 LCK 로드 투 MSI 4라운드 탑라이너 선수분들 만나보도록 하겠습니다. 퍼펙트 선수 모시겠습니다. 안녕하세요.
안녕하세요.
네, 먼저 인사 부탁드립니다.
네, 안녕하세요. KT 로스터 탑 퍼펙트입니다. 젠지 나와!
네, 나왔습니다. 안녕하세요. 젠지의 탑라이너 기인입니다.
What
네,
did they say?
반갑습니다. 두
Come here.
탑라이너 모시고
Genji,
인터뷰
come here.
나눠보도록
오.
하겠습니다.
That's what
오늘
perfect
굉장히
said.
중요한
오,
경기가 될
zoomed
것
out to
같습니다.
Kim.
이제 MSI로
네.
향하는 티켓이 단 한 장만 남아 있습니다. 오늘 경기를
Like
앞둔
he's standing
기분이
next to Keen,
어떠신지요?
by the way.
먼저 기인 선수.
Genji, come out!
사실 뭐 크게 특별한
But did
기분이라기보다는
he say the
평소
emotionality?
준비하던
Because it
대로
didn't
그렇게
sound
온
that
것 같습니다.
emotional. It kind of sounded like
저희가
you know,
마지막
like,
정규
Oh, he's a Genji dog.
상대 때 0대2로 졌던 것 같아가지고 이번에 꼭 이기고 싶다는 마음으로 와온 것 같습니다.
네, 기인 선수
I
사실
think it was
KT
scripted, but
롤스터가
it's okay.
지난
Yeah,
2라운드
exactly. That's what I-
디플러스계를
yeah, that's what I
상대로
thought, yeah.
패패
You think so?
승승승
Yeah, I
엄청난
hope so.
역전승을 거두고 올라오게 됐습니다. 그 경기 어떻게 지켜보셨는지요?
사실 TK가 2대 0으로 이기고만 있을 때만 해도 그냥 3대 0으로 끝나겠구나 했는데 이제 패패 승승승으로 끝나는 거 보니까 되게 재밌게 지켜봤던
We
것
have a
같아요.
lot of time, it seems.
자,
like.
그렇다면 퍼펙트 선수 사실 최근 지난 2년간
It's gonna be a
젠지를
long-
가장
long
많이
interview.
잡아낸 팀이 KT 롤스터거든요. 오늘 경기 예감은 어떤가요?
How much time?
이제 대진이 약간 작년 월즈가 생각나더라고. 아마 3대1로 이기지 않을까라는 생각으로 임할 것 같습니다.
이 얘기를 듣고 기인 선수 어떤 생각이 드시나요?
뭐 사실 이 얘기를 듣고 크게 뭐 엄청 막 그런 생각보다는 그냥 오늘은 네, 작년의 복수를 해주겠습니다.
좋습니다. 자, 그렇다면 오늘 서로 두 분에게 각각 한 말씀씩 해주신다면요. 먼저 퍼펙트 선수가 기인 선수에게.
기인 형 재밌게 하자.
네, 승민아 열심히 재밌게 해보자.
네, 서로 눈을 쳐다보지 않고 각각 한마디씩 해줬습니다. 자, 그렇다면 내일 최종전이 있는데 그 진출을 위한 각오한 말씀 들어보겠습니다. 먼저 기인 선수.
MSI를 이제 가기 위해서 꼭 이겨야 되는 경기라고 생각해서 열심히 임해보겠습니다.
저도 KT 로스터 닉네임 달고 꼭 MSI 가고 싶어가지고 최대한 열심히 해보겠습니다.
네, 오늘 두 선수 최선을 다해서 멋진 경기 펼치시기를 응원하겠습니다. 지금까지 퍼펙트 선수, 기인 선수와 인터뷰 나눠봤습니다.
Thank you, Heji, with both those absolute giga chats. And as you guys heard, I'm pretty sure that was definitely not scripted. He called him out.
It wasn't.
All right.
Like he's just got insane reaction speed for the zoom out.
Where did Keen come from?
Yeah, like he disappeared.
Into the perfect frame as well.
Yeah.
Wow. We have a talented crew here.
Yeah.
Let's be real.
Great job, LCK cameraman. As it's time for our LCK crew predictions. And yes, as we've set up a lot on this desk, it might be roller coastering one way. Probably this way.
Yeah.
No way!
Go this way. 3-0.
Wait, 1 second. So every single talent in the global side.
Look,
Oh my
there is
god.
one.
Oh my
There
god.
is one guy. One guy, Coney.
He ruined!
He did ruin it a little bit.
He actually ruined
But
it.
you ruined it for
before.
KT
He has
fans.
done this before. He's a known KT hater. I'm pretty sure he's always trying to put them down. Why does he do this? Why does he do this?
I'm stunned. I'm stunned. What is the angle?
What did he mean by this?
Yeah. Well, I was able to chat with Pony. I went into the Korean talent room to be like, Pony, what's going on here? And he goes, Digon, it's hard to explain.
Yeah, I'll bet.
And that's all he said. He said, it's hard to explain. I was like, I'm going to tell people that's what he said. He's like, it's hard to explain.
Yeah, I think so. I'm looking at the other golden predictions here.
Yeah.
And I'm starting to wonder, you know, what the rationale is. There's another prediction here that's a little bit wild and out there.
Go.
Coco saying
with 3-2.
gamer.
I feel like the 3-2 is a little bit surprising as well. I mean, maybe he believes in the reverse sweep as well.
I don't know, man. I feel like that's kind of a questionable thing. I'm not sure if we have the most recent history. Do we have the recent history of KT in the underdog match?
Well, I mean, we have predicted against them in the past.
Oh.
And a few times. And then BDD is smiling. BDD's thumbs up.
The cry?
Perfect.
Oh, the cry.
I love the
is going
perfect like
in.
that. You know, it's so
Yeah.
good. It's so good.
So, you know, a vote against KT perhaps is a vote for KT, ultimately.
mean,
When
Pony.
you least expect it.
But then what is a vote for KT? Like what Pony did? Did he just ruin it?
Yeah.
That's why I say he's known anti-KT.
If you are a KT fan, you'd never want to cheer.
There's two things. Yesterday, I predicted T1 3-0, and then they didn't make up. And second, you can see the picture, the middle part. You can see what did predicted Genji 3-0 again, and it didn't happen. What about now?
Well-
now I gotta ask something, you know,
Okay, you
because
gotta
I've been asking for a season,
All season.
all season. Do you trust KT now? Because everyone is predicting Genji to win, but now it's the momentum, right? We all know the storylines. When everyone is not predicting KT, KT's winning. So maybe I intentionally predicted Genji to make this drama happen.
That's some dumb voodoo magic.
What do
How do
you
you-
trust
what-
KT?
I'm going, well, don't.
Oh my
I do
god!
not trust. 0% trust. All your theories are stupid. There's no way they're going to win a single game.
Absolute-
They're going to lose every early game. Genji's going to snowball with the macro. Ain't no way KT's going
There
to
will be no
MSI.
comebacks, there will be no team fights. Amy will not be able to do anything. Kaz and BDD will play as they did in the second part of this season, and it will be an absolute disaster to be a KT fan.
But the thing
Which
is,
we like as a KT fan.
No, there is no thing.
There's no thing
but the thing is, Pony actually ruined it though. Pony has some expectations. That's the issue. So maybe I'm a bit worried.
I think Pony's vote's not real. He just
What do you mean it's not real?
When we did
he's
the,
just messing around.
What do you
showed the
mean?
upset graphic, right? When we showed the upset graphic, I checked. Pony's vote was in every single one. I was like, maybe Pony's vote isn't in one of those, and you know, he's like, oh, I get to vote in a KT game where they're going to be.
He didn't have any analytical reasoning besides it's hard to explain, which it is. So I'm kind of feeling like maybe his doesn't count here.
I think you
And
called
KT
it.
have no chance.
You
Yeah,
called it at
absolutely
the
not.
top. It is a David versus Goliath type matchup here. It is going to be a tough task for KT, but we've seen them in the past against this squad rise to the occasion. Will they be able to do it here in Wonju and live another day, or will Gen G continue on with their dominance? Let's find out. We'll see after game number 1.
영광을 향해 걸어가는 수많은 자들. 그 끝에서 자신을 증명하는 건 단 한 팀에게만 허락됩니다.
국제전 우승이 바로 제 첫 커리어다 보니까 더 행복했고 여러 가지 생각이 좀 많이 든 것 같았어요.
듀로 선수가 엄청 잘 하시더라고요. 놀랐습니다. 그래서 제가 쉬면서 경기도 보고 했는데 이게 하는 것만큼 결국 재밌진 않더라고요. 보는 게 계속 껴오르는 게 있었고 그것 때문에 다시 복귀하게 됐습니다.
휴식을 취하다 오면은 감이 떨어질 수밖에 없을 것 같은데 보트 선수는 쉬었음에도 불구하고 다시 복귀하셔서 좋은 성적을 내니까 저는 리스펙하다고 생각합니다.
처음 올라섰던 정상에 다시 다가가는 걸음. 오랜 방황 끝에 다시 돌아오는 걸음. 각자의 걸음엔 그들만의 이유가 있지만 목적은 단 하나. 그 끝에 오르는 것입니다. 그리고 그 걸음이 겹치는 이곳은 단 한 팀에게만 닿음을 허락합니다.
네, 올해 이미 젠지 한번 뭐 잡았는데 2번이라고 못 이길까요?
아, 말도 안 되게 잘해요. 어디까지 가려고 이러는 거예요?
롤러코스터가 오르막길을 탔다고 생각하시는 것 같은데요. 저희가 내리막길로 바꿔드리겠습니다.
젠지가 완벽할 때의 흐름으로 돌아왔습니다. 그렇습니다.
영광으로 향하는 하나의 길. 단 한 팀에게만 허락된 다음 걸음. 로드 투 MSI 최종 라운드 진출전. 지금 시작합니다.
어디까지 가? KT 대전 가자. 화이팅!
젠지 화이팅!
KT 화이팅! 대전 가자.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the road to MSI here for round 4. No one is going to be stamping a ticket to MSI today, but one team will be going home out of KT and Gen G. As we heard in the pre-show, everyone trying their very best to tiptoe around getting an E word. And that is a very difficult thing to do and something that we're going to have to also do here today, Ox.
Up. All the global side predicted 3-0 for Gen G.
Do you know what? So
Minimal excitement.
is Pony the biggest Gen G fan of all time?
I think that's the only indicator we can actually take away from this.
That's what I think it is too, because that response, and hi everyone, that response from Digon, that Digon got from Pony is very suspect. It's hard to explain means you didn't correctly predict.
It's hard to explain. That is such a...
Just listen. The whole point of a prediction is that you can explain it.
You know what? I'm putting that into my repertoire. I'm going to use that more often. You ask me a question in game, you're like, they're 10,000 gold down. How are they winning fights? It's hard to explain.
You know what? I need that to be your comment. After this series, no matter who wins, you need to vote for someone that doesn't make sense and just say it's hard to explain. That would be perfect. Having a look here at the fan prediction, you can see obviously Gen G with a little bit more, but a fair bit extra faith from the KT fans coming over from X.
Although, if we're talking about... Okay, that's a lot more severe.
Yeah.
But also maybe the KT fans doing some of the voting against themselves.
Maybe some of the Gen G fans as well getting on in there. Let's have a look at it one more time.
Yeah.
Wait for it. There it is. 3-2 as well. And so we're going to be holding on to this. If Gen G are up 2-0 in this series, Pony's like, I've got him exactly where I want him. You know? Like, oh my goodness.
Look,
is he explaining?
He's saying a lot more there.
Oh, he is.
He's saying a lot more that it's hard to explain.
So we're going to need full translation, and I will read it out if there is ever a lull in today's series,
Maybe
because we need to know.
Maybe the full sentence was it's hard to explain in English.
Yeah, maybe he just said it's hard to explain multiple times in Korean. And then Kasujun was like, no, you're going to have to try more. And then
he
Perhaps.
just said it more.
Or maybe he just didn't want to speak to Degon and wanted to beat him. That's also very viable.
Honestly, that's valid as well. Man, I'm really excited for this series. Mainly excited for Gen G, and I am just there for KT, right? Because we're not allowed to be E-word when it comes to KT. I've said the word a couple of times. Probably shouldn't. But I'm worried. Yeah, I am worried because when it comes to setting expectations, KT have done actually the best possible job at making themselves look as weak as possible. And that is where they thrive. And now it is time for us to welcome the teams. To Wonju here, as of course, KT and Gen G not been on this stage just yet. T1 waiting in the final tomorrow. We'll see who they are going to be competing against. As first up, Keen is going to make his way out. An absolute monster of the top lane.
Absolutely, such a wide champion pool, capable of playing so many styles so well. But perfect on the other side, a player who has stepped up massively for KT. So much of their success this season has been down to this player.
And his name went from ironic to accurate over this year. That's what it feels like. This man has been incredible.
So many times taking matchups where he's looking to take over the lane, playing things like the Vayne, and just being an absolute menace. So I'm excited for this top lane matchup, which is not something I expected to say last year.
Oh no.
But Perfect has massively stepped up his game and really reaching the potential we'd hope he could eventually hit.
And Keen had a bit of a slower start, but has definitely made it back to some semblance of his former glory. It's just so weird talking about a Gen G that didn't come out of the gates absolutely swinging to the fences. We now have our top laners in position. I don't know, Ox. I don't know whether this is going to be once again one of those tales of Perfect just being the guy in the top lane, the absolute rock, and being able to take things over the line for KT like they were able to do against D+ Kia, with Shio actually performing pretty well. But it's going to come down, I think, to these two gentlemen that are about to make their way out, starting with Canyon here on Gen G's side. He's been pretty good. This round robin especially.
Absolutely has been a player who so many junglers say is their favorite jungler. Player with such a huge legacy. Got up against Cuz, who was a massive driving force in KT's upsets last year against Gen G, taking them to the World Finals. That big voice on the team that they needed in those big moments.
And he's going to need to be that again, because I have a feeling that KT might need a little bit of extra enthusiasm moving towards this series, because Gen G are looking incredibly formidable.
Good use of different E-word there.
Yeah, it still started with E, which was problematic. I was like, what's the simile?
It felt like he just swerved it a little bit.
Yeah, it wasn't great. I think I still basically hit the pothole, but I did move the steering wheel, which is, it's just making the car ride even worse. Let's be honest. But these two gentlemen are going to have their work cut out for them, I think, today. As junglers, I think, have been really under a microscope, especially on this patch. And these two might be able to make it a little bit easier for them. Chovy versus BDD, of course, both of them formerly the star players of Gen G themselves. BDD now moving over, but Chovy really coming into his own towards this end of the season.
This matchup was just so often a treat to watch. Before last year, these two mid laners go head-to-head in some massive matches. And I can't wait to see what we get on the Rift, especially when these two teams have had a good amount of time to prep.
Yeah.
What they're going to bring out, things like BD, Zoe, absolute classic, but will we get something new, something different, especially with it being a best of 5, especially with it being Fearless. Both these mid laners, absolute titans of the league.
Yep, and we also know that Chovy is known to get into the kitchen as well with a few of his picks, so we'll see whether he dusts off something from the past or whether he does have something new planned for that mid lane, because we have seen, you know, the Lissandra came out yesterday. We've had some new things brewing around the league, and this is going to be a fresh take, right? These are two fresh teams. We'll see what their idea of the draft is going to look like and whether we do get to some of those more interesting picks further down the line in games perhaps 3, 4, or 5. if we get to 5-man, I'm going to be talking to Pony. I'm like, if it's that hard to explain, how did you know?
Yeah.
You know? That's what I'm going to be trying to figure out. We keep going back to it, but I can't get it out of my
So
mind.
sharing his secrets in this situation.
He's going to have to afterwards. I'm going to grill him, 100%. As Ruler and aiming to make their way out. Ruler first, of course, has been pretty good, you could say, for Gen G. And I do like that he's bringing out some more eclectic picks as well. Ruler definitely known more as a marksman, but has been playing those mages as well.
Playing those mages, practicing getting up to speed and widening the pool. And on the other side, it is the Gold King aiming. Big factor in that matchup against D+, able to be the carry that they needed when it got to those late game situations, and a player who often gets funneled resources and then is able to pop off in those late game team fights. So many games this season came down to aiming in the big moments, just pulling a pentakill out of nowhere.
Yep. And we'll see whether he can do it again, as I think that it's been the way that they managed to stabilize after like catastrophic early games that has been very impressive for KT, but it also has been a worry at the same time. They shouldn't be getting themselves into those positions, and we saw D+ basically win 5 games in a row, or four games in a row against KT and still get eliminated from the tournament, and that is because you have to destroy the Nexus. That's the most important part, and KT do manage to do that by getting behind aiming. These supports, though, we did hear them in the intro, which was very, very fun. Effort and Duro with some choice words for one another. But I think Duro has been absolutely incredible, but we do know, like, we saw this yesterday out of Delight, bringing back the engaged supports. Duro was that guy.
He absolutely was, and I think we're seeing, even though we're getting a lot less of those range supports, the 2v2 still so important in bot lane, but we're seeing more melee supports. Those engages were so important down to those support players yesterday. And Effort, this new addition that came into KT and seemingly fixed so many of the problems after the LCK Cup.
Yeah.
A miracle worker, given the state they started the year in, and looking to continue that momentum and see if they can go just that bit further and make it to MSI.
See whether they can do it. It would be pretty unbelievable. But they have done it in this position before, right? This is the best of 5 before the last best of 5. When was the last time this happened?
Oh, no.
Yeah. And it was this exact matchup. I remember. It was my last commentary with Chronicler. Do you remember that guy? He was here last year.
I try not to.
All right. Well, that was the last one. Now we're going to be doing it again. It's not going to be our last broadcast together, Orcs. We're going to be on the desk together tomorrow.
I was a little worried.
Yeah. So we're not saying goodbye. It's not happening again. As Gen G versus KT, that's what's happening again, and we'll see whether it is going to be a success, as 2 former KT players are the coaches for both of these teams as well, as Ryu and Score going to fist bump and get ready to provide us with some outstanding drafts. Now, Ox, I have a bit of an axe to grind. Didn't like a lot of the drafting from yesterday, thought it was weird and strange.
Well,
is today going to be the same?
I hope not. I feel like one team came with some good preparations yesterday and demonstrated it in the draft. I think the other team was struggling a bit.
Yeah, that's a good point.
We'll see what comes today, because there's a lot of factors at play here. It's been 2 weeks since we've seen these teams play. It's a new patch, and we haven't had a ton of material in the LCK on this new patch. We've had just playoffs, just these few best of 5s, and as a result, not all of our teams have fully fleshed out or tested everything out. We've seen things starting to emerge a bit more. We're seeing a bit more prio on these melee supports and seeing how they're playing out, but also best of 5s with Fearless particularly are a different ball game. So the expectation is we will see deeper pools, more picks regardless.
I am a little bit worried, though, for Effort, because I do feel like his Enchanter play has been fantastic this season. I think that's why they were on such a tear in the first round robin. And even though his most played champions have been engaged supports over his career, the win rates aren't necessarily all that hot, right? And I think that his huge resurgence had a lot to do with him facilitating the rest of the team and not necessarily being the one to make those big plays. I remember that moment where, Effort is trying to go for plays and it doesn't quite work when he's playing the more engaged style. But let's see whether he can tighten that one up and maybe, transition what was so successful in that more Enchanter meta into something that KT can work with here and now.
I think jungle support pairing going to be really important. How they work together as a team. That's something that KT was doing really well But especially if you're playing more of these engaged supports and less of the enchanters, it's going to be more about how you set up your jungler. The grub's value that's gone up a decent amount also makes that an objective more supports are wanting to play towards. So we'll see the read that both these teams have coming into this series and if things have adjusted and by how much.
Well, it is now time, ladies and gentlemen. This is what they're fighting for. The one last ticket to Daejeon. And all well, once they've gotten through T1, either team going to be facing them. Could be a telecom war or could be the Gen.G T1 El Clasico. We have no bad options when it comes to the final here for the road to MSI. As Varus going to be taken away first as we jump into the draft, and the Cassio also going to be leaving. I think Cassio's an interesting ban. I do feel like she has had some answers, but I think if you're going to take her away, the Orianna probably needs to be removed as well.
Cassio's just been on a constant lose streak to the point it's just dropped out the meta in the LPL, which is very funny considering how it's still super high prio here. So definitely not a champion, definitely a champion that doesn't have its weaknesses. That does have its weaknesses.
That's what I thought you meant.
Yeah, that's what I did mean.
Okay, good.
But some heavy mid bans coming out. Cassio and Anivia gone means that KT are setting up for a Ryze first pick. Gen.G, are you just going to ban the Ryze? KT are telegraphing it, or are you going to trade in this situation?
Jarvan or Ryze feels like the options here that we've been seeing a lot as far as the bans are concerned, especially in game number 1. Which is going to be slinking through? Or do they ban none of them? Instead, it is going to be the Jarvan taken away. Canyon not wanting to see Cuz on that one. And now BDD can just go towards the Ryze happily.
Yeah, and I think BDD's Ryze has been pretty excellent. We've seen him have so much pressure in games when he's been on this pick. Now, though, Gen.G for the response, there's the Rumble available, which they can definitely lean towards giving to Keen. If they so want to, they can look to secure pieces of the bot lane. In terms of matching the Ryze, obviously those two sort of typical counter picks that we often see are gone, but there's still like the Talia we've seen run into it reasonably often. There's also things like the Victor that can do okay.
Ezreal Karma.
Slam the Ezreal Karma immediately, securing that bot lane duo. And it's been, Karma's been slipping through drafts a good amount, but Ezreal Karma has been less common. Normally teams denying one of those pieces. Jace is going to come through here for Perfect. And then the Ziggs for aiming, reminiscent of a composition that we saw yesterday actually from HLE Game 1, which had Ryze, Jace, and Ziggs in it.
And it was into Ezreal Karma Sion.
Yeah, this is actually...
We're just running it back.
Yeah, these are the same picks that we had yesterday, Game 1. I think the ordering was a bit different, but...
I also really didn't like the Sion in that instance. I just felt like T1 didn't have a lot of damage. It's not going to be the same draft because Anivia was in the mid lane in that one. Nivea's been banned away this time around. But I'm a little bit worried for Gen.G. Unless they really change things up when it comes to the jungle and mid lane, I want to see Canyon on something that does some damage.
Yeah. And I think in this situation, one of the issues that T1 really had in the HLE was engaging onto and getting onto these backliners when they had, you know, the Karma there. They had a Jarvan in that situation, which is obviously banned. And Gen.G here banning away the Trundle, which we saw Navi play yesterday, into the Sion and have so much great success. So Keen's going to have a much better time than Doran did yesterday in this situation by taking out KT, hammering away at those engaged champions in the jungle.
A pretty smart move. I think the Fury value is feeling relatively high here for Gen.G as well, given the fact that you do have that meatball in the top lane to rely on. Canyon can be doing a little bit more of that damage. See what they do decide to go with, though, as the Nautilus is going to be taken away from Effort. Definitely one of his favorite champions.
There's still things like the Nocturne, the Lee Sin, the Wukong in the jungle. I feel like in terms of providing the engage, you're definitely looking more like Wukong or Nocturne. But the Lee Sin we've seen paired pretty well with even something like an Annie. Annie Lee Sin pretty strong. So we'll see what Gen.G opt to go toward in this situation. Obviously, they know the solo lane matchup as of now, and they really want something that can be able to lead the charge, close the distance on these longer range poke champions. And you are going to be playing through bot with this composition, so something that can set the pace early will go a long way. They're starting off with Mel.
Interesting.
Here for Chovy.
I actually kind of think this is fun. based on Fearless best of 5, right? Because Mel is also a pick away from the bottom lane as well. So as we get later and later into the series, I know I'm looking a lot further forward than I really need to. This Mel could really start hamstringing some of the options here as aiming locks away the Camille, and there is Cuz's Lee Sin.
Look, I
and
don't
so
want
this is basically the same draft.
It's the Lee Sin for the Trundle because Trundle was banned, but yeah, they just basically copied HLE Game 1 draft in this situation. But hey, it worked for them, so why not? Genji considering the Xin Zhao, which, you know, is a pretty strong pick, especially paired with the Karma Shields, but in terms of closing the distance, you don't have the best tools to get onto these squishier targets. You do have a very strong front line in this situation. You could soak a lot of damage. You have, you know, the rebuttal from the Mel that can block some poke. You have shields. You have the Xin Zhao who can obviously pop that ultimate. Playing through the front to back for Genji is definitely viable, but they have to be able to reach these targets, and if KT just poke them down from distance, it can be a little bit tricky. But I think no Trundle for KT is really going to make this so different from the game we had yesterday, because the Trundle just made the Scion basically unplayable. He couldn't operate.
And also, I think the Mel throws a little bit of a spanner in the works as well. I feel like Chovy will have a lot of agency to get work done on this champion as well. I think the rebuttal could certainly get a lot of value as well, with Shock Blast being fired around left, right, and center. Some slight deviations from what we saw in game number 1 yesterday, but a very similar outlook as far as this draft is concerned. That time around, it was a barn burner in that first game. T1 almost made it back, then HLE managed to win it in the end. But we'll see whether it is going to be a repeat of that or whether it's going to be something else. But it is kind of cute that we do have that extra tape from yesterday to compare how these very similar drafts are going to function in a very different environment between Genji and KT. Because so many of us do believe that Genji should have a large advantage just based on the nameplates going into this series and the form of KT over the last few weeks. Not at the beginning of the season. If that was the KT we're looking at now, maybe it'd be a different story. But let's get onto the Rift for game 1. All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the Rift for the first game of this best of 5. Winner will be facing off against T1 tomorrow, and the loser will be going home. No tickets to Daejeon unless they come as spectators, but they probably want to scrim or something like that.
Get some rest.
Yeah, it might be a good idea as well. But no rest just yet. It is all about seeing whether they can take game 1. And already, I mean, Aiming and Effort should be having a decent amount of fun here in this lane if they can just stand back and avoid Duro and Ruler.
Yeah, we've sometimes seen this lane with the Camille into things like the Ezreal Karma. If you play super aggressive around your Ignite early, even level 1, can have some pressure. And Ruler's gone for TP in this situation, so no barrier. He's a bit weaker.
Yeah, and actually going to get hit by that hookshot. Nice engage there from Effort, and there is a bouncing bomb connecting there as well. So Ruler already under half HP. They will hit level 2 first, though.
It's good timing to go for it just before they hit level 2. Even though they're still losing in terms of prio, they managed to get that poke down. And we are getting some cross-map jungling coming out here. Split map, Canyon over here. And this is very dangerous for Perfect, who's pushing the wave in, really wants this one to crash and bounce away, so you can get to a safer position.
You can see Canyon nowhere in sight just yet, but certainly some opportunities here as Effort is roaming up, looking for a gank towards Chovy here. Canyon also posturing for maybe a punish towards Perfect.
Just saw a bunch of pings come out, basically saying that Canyon, he's going to path up towards here. We did see a ping, though, from Genji where the ward is. They know exactly where Perfect's ward is. If he walks up here, even with the ward, he could just die. But he plays back in the brush. They don't know his position, and Canyon doesn't want to waste more time. So Perfect doing a good job of evading that gank. Could have been potentially very dire.
And Aiming actually the benefactor of this roam from Effort up to level 3 now. And I think it's kind of cute, sort of funneling extra experience onto a mage in the bottom lane. Give that little bit of an advantage. We see often that Camille's are sitting around at relatively low levels. for a lot of these games, but I think it does benefit the Ziggs quite a lot.
I mean, that's one of the things with mages. It's true for Ezreal as well, because he's a very magey AD carry, but Ziggs gets so much power from points to his abilities, as most mages do. So him being level 4, having a second point in his Q gives a lot of power. Well, I mean, he should have put a second point in his Q already, but level 5, you get a third point, which feels good.
Well, right now, everything very even. About 100 gold in it between the two. As we're going to have a look at the counter jungling time. Cuz doing a little bit more, but you can see the vertical jungling is the result of this. Cuz does Spot Canyon moving in. Flash out from Chovy there as there's effort going on forward. Tactical sweep, all he can really offer there, but Chovy now without a flash.
Yeah, good flash from Chovy there, able to get away from effort. I think a lot of times, if you know the target's got flash, it's like, it's kind of a game of chicken. It's like, can I catch you off guard and flash before you do, catch you out? But if you expect them to flash and you just hold it, feels great. But in this, it's a trade. I still think KT very happy with that trade, but Chovy getting out and trading summoners, best of a tricky situation.
Yep. And teleport going to be used from Chovy to get back into the mid lane. BDD doesn't have that luxury as he's taken the ghost, as most of our risers do. But being able to stick around and just put together a decent amount of farm. Effort and Cuz now together looking for another opportunity as Chovy no flash, and there's a Rune Prison. Hookshot does come on forward as Effort tanking up the turret for so long, and they do manage to get that first blood, but man, that was pretty close, and Duro is able to get that kill back onto Effort.
Yeah, so Effort was trying to...
Whoa, a flash forward from BDD as well, as he looks for the extra damage. Cuz with the Tempest, the Q misses, and Duro is able to walk it off, but without anything left in the tank.
And Cuz so low, so close to going down there, ends up being a 1-for-1 after everything. KT the ones who end up getting kills onto the carries. Killing the Karma not going to feel as good, but you're still fine with it. The Canyon just farming in the meantime. Oh, level 6 hit.
Yep, Train is going to go past perfect here as Effort now moving towards the top side. He's everywhere this game. Gets the stun from the hookshot. Canyon making his move towards this top side. And Keen will be able to get away with the help of his jungler.
Yeah, so Keen trying to find an aggressive angle. We've seen him have a lot of success in these Sion vs Jace matchups. But with Effort there, ends up losing out in the extended trade. Canyon is in position to bail him out, though. Effort just trying to make his presence known on the map.
Yep, and he is going to be going back now. See whether he does head back down towards that bottom side. But I have a feeling that he is just going to continue roaming everywhere else on the map. Aiming very happy here in this bottom lane. Just teleported back down there. Ruler is going to answer. And Cuz clearing out vision where he can, looking for a crab now as well. Level 6 will be his. Off that one. And we're going to have a look at this play one more time.
In this moment, I think Effort was trying to wait out the rebuttal. Actually, no. Yeah, he was just rooted for too long, in fact, when he went for the... I thought he was trying to wait out the rebuttal, but he was just rooted, couldn't recast it, and as a result, ended up taking a ton of tower hits. So good play from Chovy there to counteract it. Read the target who get tower aggro first very well.
Yep.
To make it 1-for-1.
Now, KT starting off this dragon. We do have Canyon and Duro in the area, but there is a lot of vision here from KT, so information advantage should be theirs. Decent little snare here onto Effort, though. It's not really going to be doing too much of anything at all. And Cuz halfway through this dragon so far, and aiming with full control of this bottom lane right now, I think that means KT should be able to take this without too much of a response from Gen G.
Pretty easy pickup in this situation. And honestly, all things considered, bot lane going super well for KT. The fact you're playing into Ezreal, Karma, and your Ziggs has a CS lead, feels fantastic. I mean, you can say he was playing range plus melee, but realistically, he's just been playing singular range most of the laning phase because effort just hasn't been there.
Yep. And Duro has needed to match him as well. And so that takes away a lot of the power of that duo there towards that bottom side. I think KT... understanding that leaving up the Ezreal Karma maybe isn't as dangerous as it could otherwise be, especially in a first game when you have all of these extra options, like the ones that Life Esports showed us yesterday in this Ziggs and Camille.
Yeah, if you survive the lane, and Karma's been nerfed a good amount, a lot of our itemization has been toned down in terms of the Dream Maker, Echoes of Helia has been toned down as well. A lot of nerfs on this patch to make her weaker in the late game. And when you have a Camille as well, all you have to do is just jump on one of the two carries on Gen G, press ult, and then have follow-up. And you trade your life for either Ruler or Chovy, and your job is done.
Yeah.
So it's a huge amount of value when you're playing into a 2-carry composition like this. And if you get out of the lane uncontested as the Ziggs Camille, you're feeling fantastic in this game.
All right, well, Canyon going to move up towards his top side, just going to clear out as much of the protection that Perfect has for him. And in fact, Gen G have a lot of control this side of the map, as Effort is going to get snared by Chovy, hit by that Q as well, taking a fair bit of damage. The Grub's being started here by KT.
Okay, so Gen G trying to move into position to contest. There's one Grub secured already.
Yeah, that's the first one. Safeguard available here for Cuz onto Effort over this wall, and will be able to use that to get himself out of there. Keen at about half health, and Perfect continuing to soften him up, and it looks like KT wanting to go for something, although that Sonic Wave misses, and therefore they just get themselves out. So 2-1, Grub advantage over to Gen G.
Yeah, they ended up just taking away some jungle camps here, moving down on the map, aiming with so much pressure on Arula. He hit a bouncing bomb in an earlier and chunked him completely, and now he has to back away from the tower. Can he get out?
Well, Cuz could just kick him into the wall here as he arcane shifts, gets himself out of the way. Decent little Q, but doesn't want to dive in a turret right now.
Save the flash, so feeling pretty good in that situation.
Oh no, Mega Inferno Bomb comes through, and that interrupts the back.
Yeah, no TP as well, so he's going to be out of lane for a decent amount of time. Ziggs getting tower access early feels very good.
Yeah, already 2 plates down there in that bottom side. And this Ziggs is an absolute win condition, and I am joined by the perfect person to tell us about that, as Orcs knows Ziggs pretty good.
Yeah.
At every part of the game, are we going to say?
We're going to say what?
Is Ziggs just good in every part of the game?
In this game specifically, he's definitely, there's going to be a later point where he's going to struggle to cut through Keen. But it just, you have to hit the right targets. Ziggs does so much damage, but cutting through tanks is not his forte.
Maybe not going to be building a Leandri this game.
Well, it doesn't look like it with him going. Ludens, I believe in the game yesterday, specifically into this bulkier comp, Gumushi went Blackfire Torch.
That's a cute one. That's all right. We've got a bit of a roam up here towards his top side. Keen just going to flash away. Effort gets over the wall, though, as Canyon moves in. When Becomes Lightning isn't going to connect as Cuz having to safeguard over because the Sonic Wave went wide. And so no one going to be dying in that little exchange. And we do have Perfect able to move back towards the top side. Keen now with no flash.
So able to get away from that situation. But one big difference in this game compared to yesterday's game is yesterday's game that Jace was mega fed. And in this one, Perfect doesn't have that much of a significant lead over Keen right now. On the back of that last play, he managed to get a bit of tower damage. He has got a bit of a gold lead, 300, but you know that game yesterday was a humongous lead, and the Jace being so strong was a big factor. You also don't have the Trundle to cause all those problems for the Scion and turn him into paper if he goes too aggressive. So I think Keen is going to feel a lot better than Doran did and be a lot harder to deal with in this game, which does put a lot of pressure onto KT to get access to the squishier targets or just speed up the pace of the game and get a bigger gold lead. Right now, they are posturing around mid lane. The fact that you have Ryze, Camille, Lee Sin, this trio so good at setting up and just taking out targets.
Oh, Cuz maybe going a little bit too aggressive here as he's not going to get snared by Chovy, able to safeguard his way out. And even though the 3 Talon Strike connected, he was already halfway out of there. So Cuz going to be all right. Looked a little bit aggressive as another Mega Inferno Bomb just to be annoying.
And Canyon's going to keep channeling his recall here. Wants to go back in this situation. And a big factor is he hasn't completed his item. So Cuz a lot stronger than him right now with the Sundered Sky. Canyon goes back and gets his. But it means he's not on the map, he's not in position to contest this dragon. And we'll see what it ends up being. Could be a big factor in this game. With Infernal and Cloud already not available.
It's got to be a Mountain Soul, right? And it isn't. It's a Ocean Soul this time around. We're starting a little bit slowly as far as the souls are concerned.
If you're KT in the situation and you're not feeling so great on the back of this one, Ocean Soul not really doing a ton for your team composition. If anything, Gen G would have preferred it into the poke and with some bulkier frontliners. But
it can work for like the game plan that KT has, right? Like just play some smoke and mirrors and try and get that extra damage. And so therefore, like being able to get that health bar back could be good. As Dura going to get kicked back here by Cuz. BDD looking for an angle, but Dura does have that Inspire. But there is the Rune Prison. And unfortunately, Dura not able to break out of that one.
Good pick. Seeing the Ryze Lee Sin combo on display, how easy it is to set up, especially on a squishier pick like the Karma. Dura binning both summoners and still isn't able to get out. And keeping up this pressure, really important especially as KT don't really have Soul as a win con right now. It's not going to massively push things in favor of them taking the game, so they really have to be pushing this gold lead forward and looking towards Herald and Baron later on.
You remember what the KT win condition was against D+, though? It was Elder Dragon.
Yeah.
Almost every game.
Yeah.
Whether they get the Soul or not, the Elder Dragon was kind of just KT's. And so we'll see whether they can speedrun their way there, where the Soul isn't as important, but getting to that big dangerous dragon is.
In this situation, Duro just pushing in, getting a ward down, not seeing Cuz behind him deeper in the jungle. And you can see now, if you look at the vision line, ward's exactly where Cuz was before. Duro quickly learning his lesson on that one.
Oh, Q going to connect there onto Canyon, who does take a fair bit of damage here.
Cuz is strong right now. I mean, I know he's same items as Canyon, but just the burst damage available is a big threat. And now they're leaning towards Chovy. There is a TP available for Keen, and he's backed away from the tower, so I think the communication's coming in. I might need help, and there it is.
Yep, he is not going to waste any time on that one. Just going to boost his way over here. This gives Perfect so much space, though. Canyon has to come over to try and defend, but now they know exactly where the jungler is. And so Gen.G just kind of being pulled apart in this early mid-game by KT. I mean, KT's macro, this is looking like some round one macro that we saw from KT, which was a lot cleaner. BDD able to cheat that Realm Warp over to the other side of the wall. The Gen.G do make it out, another kick, but a great snare from Chovy. Flashes, so the Resonating Strike doesn't work. The Overwhelm, not going to be enough, but Canyon will be able to shut down Effort. Cuz now taking a lot of damage, has to flash it out of the way, and the train coming on over. Keen not able to hit anyone, but Canyon gets over that wall. Great satchel there from aiming to try and keep Cuz alive, but it does not work, and Ruler is now on the board.
Gen.G managed to come in and punish KT for a bit of that over-aggression, but in the end, it's only 2 kills picked up. 2 for 1 in favor of Gen.G.
First turret went over, tower. Yeah, exactly.
Now Perfect's trying to be annoying here.
Do they, like, KT are just interrupting backs all over the place. Duro is just dead. Yeah, really clean.
For the Scion to go back, knows it's an easy target, and now they can just look for this tower. It's satchel range for aiming right now.
Yep, he is able to just blow that one up immediately. So the outer ring at huge risk of just all being eliminated here, and that is KT moving that gold lead to about 2.5.
And you can see, even though Gen.G came in on the play and were able to catch out 2 members of KT, hold them accountable, it cost a lot in terms of resources. It cost a lot of flashes. It cost a lot of effort.
It did cost effort.
It did cost effort.
Yeah.
But we see in this situation, Chovy TP's this tower. It's such a dangerous play because there's 4 members of KT there, and he gets taken out. Effort does end up also dying because he has to extend pretty far for it. But then they go on this chase on Cuz. Cuz on the Lee Sin, super mobile. And because their engage isn't super reliable, it takes so long to catch him, and they have to commit so many flashes. Keen with the final one here to get him down. And then this play, this was so smart. I think Duro just kind of knew, maybe he was shopping, but maybe after the scrying trinket came down, he just knew he was kind of dead.
Yeah, it wasn't going to be many options to get him out of that one, as Keen, once again, having to use that ultimate very defensively here towards this bottom side. And this Serpent Spang really doing some work for Perfect as well to cut down that Soul Furnace. Is now Cuz moving in, just going to get knocked up by that Q, but gets the kickback onto the Scion. Keen fully separated from his team, but the rest of them are moving in. Mega Inferno Bomb going to be enough to shut him down, but there goes Effort as well. And the Zombie Scion is actually doing a fair bit of work here, as Cuz will be able to finish him off in the end. A 1-for-1 top laner for support.
Yeah, we keep comparing Homewood from yesterday to today with HLE and KT, but they're playing the map.
Oh, really BDD just going to walk over, gets the Crescent Guard out of Canyon, who decides to go back in. Flash out from Perfect to avoid Chovy's damage, which is really starting to stack up. Still, KT just going to move back looking for Soul Point.
Yeah, some oversteps there. Cost Perfect his flash in that situation, but he's able to get away from it. Aiming, TPing in with his Shadow Flame. So much burst on this Ziggs now. We see that Gen.G are looking to try and at least contest some of this vision, but 2,700 gold behind it, a big item spike for the Ziggs. It's going to be hard to contest if they want to.
And Canyon also without his ultimate and without a lot of his health bar as well, as he's looking to take down this red buff. Ruler on the minefield, needs to be very, very careful as in goes Keen once again. Hextech Ultimatum holds him in position, but Keen's already starting to be a bit difficult to get through, and Gen G are going to be able to move themselves over. Aiming caught off to the side, but my god, the damage from this Ziggs is absolutely absurd. And yeah, Duro is probably dead if he gets hit by that one. Keen already taken down, and Speedy either locks up that kill, but now Canyon in this pit. A steal from Cuz! Mega Inferno Bomb, and everyone is dead! It's only Ruler left alive, and the Realm Warp will secure his fate. Is that a Quadra for Aiming? It absolutely is, as KT are massacring Gen G in this game.
This Shadow Flame Loon's damage spike is so insane and Aiming. You can see his ult coming up so soon. He's waiting for the window, and all 4 members who are remaining of Gen G end up in the pit. It's like shooting fish in a barrel.
And shooting fish in a barrel when your bullet is the size of the barrel. That's basically what it was.
Shooting fish in a barrel with a cannon.
Yeah. Oh man, Keen separated here in this instance. It was nicely played. Gen G able to get that one back against Effort.
Yeah, Effort super squishy at this point. He just dies. But, you know, his KDA is not really important, but here. So Aiming's getting some good poke down. Look at the damage of Enduro. But then his ult's coming up soon, and I'm thinking, when's the window? When's the window? Does he go for Ruler Enduro, or does he go for the rest of the team? And then they come into the pit! I'm like, well, it's an easy decision now, and he just throws the ult in. It's so much value.
And the insult to injury there as well is that Cuz also secures Soul Point for KT.
Yeah.
So Gen G get absolutely nothing back for that huge risk that they took.
You know what? I'll say it.
Please do.
As soon as I saw the entire global side with 3-0 predictions for Gen G.
I mean, Pony tried his best. He tried his absolute best.
But it's hard to explain.
It is. It's hard to explain just how much he was not able to curse KT by predicting for them. It is going to be this inner turret falling down. And it's a best of 5, ladies and gentlemen. We might be getting a little bit too far ahead of ourselves, but KT are looking absolutely phenomenal here. And sometimes, you know, like, if someone took the test and you could watch it the day before, why not just copy it? You know, it's the same exam as now Cuz is going to have his ride stopped there a little bit as Shelly is taken down, so not able to get another charge.
It makes you wonder, during these 2 weeks, I mean, KT and HD win drawn against each other. May have been
that's a good point. As now Keen separated once again. A great satchel as well to make sure that this Sion is just completely disconnected from the rest of his team.
Easy pickup. You know, I talked about not playing into the Trundle, going to make the Sion's life so much easier, but KT are just shredding through Keen with the gold lead they have right now. So far ahead.
Oh, Aiming, trying to get some information here. Canyon is at least able to tank up some of these bouncing bombs a little bit better than Duro, thanks to a bit of added magic resist here for the Xin Zhao. And Gen G, they're not out of it just yet, but it's getting close.
If the Sion feels squishy at this point, you're not in for a good time. And I think one of the issues compared to yesterday is T1 had the Jarvan. You know, we saw a lot of that game 1 defined by snap engages. Gen G don't have snap engage. They don't have ways to easily get onto the Ziggs or onto the Jace. And at this point, when there's flashes available for all the carries of KT, what is your game plan for shutting down Aiming? You just run at him fast and hope he doesn't...
Have satchel?
Yeah. Or flash. Or now rocket belt.
Keen is going to have to try and do it again. Does use the blast cone to get himself to safety. As now Aiming is just hunting Ruler. Just throws a Mega Inferno Bomb at him. And he has to Arcane Shift over the wall to avoid getting Bouncing Bomb to death. This is going to be a dead turret. If Aiming wants it, and there it goes.
Aiming has just been dominating this matchup.
So huge, man. 2.7k ahead.
I mean, you take Karma Ezreal on the first rotation, and you end up behind compared to a Ziggs Camille. It's not a good feeling.
And the thing as well is that they saw yesterday's games, right? But the Camille wasn't denied from the Ziggs. And Evans had a great game as well, as now Duro caught out of position, just slammed into the wall and taken down. Canyon could also be in trouble as well. Crescent Guard trying to keep him okay, but it's a great satchel charge, and Cuz goes in. Now Keen gets over the wall, and they do manage to lock down Effort. But now Keen could be in an awkward spot. Perfect over the wall here. There's a Shock Blast being deflected by Chovy. That is all they're going to be able to achieve, both supports on the floor.
You could see the game plan there from KT. They're like, if we just get Canyon, we can go straight to Baron and get this game in the bag. But they end up overstepping a little bit, and Effort is still just so squishy. I think another factor here is he doesn't have his ult available. They get the kill on Adura pretty easily. But when Effort goes in, he'd love to be able to ult here and just buffer the Crescent Guard and keep him locked in place. But that not available, the turnaround comes in, and Cuz does survive, but Effort just gets obliterated so quickly. He's level 8 in this game.
Yeah. Ruler is almost dead in this game at this current moment, and that is going to be the sole available for KT.
I think
the enemy not having an 80 carry.
You just give it up. I think it's not worth contesting. It's not that big of a boost for KT.
Elder Flip, baby.
Elder Flip might be the game plan here, but they are looking to move in. Ruler's TPing.
Canyon is taking a lot of damage, man. This poke is problematic. And Effort taking a lot of damage. He is able to get himself over. That is a minefield thrown back towards KT. That was cute. Didn't know that was even a projectile, but you learn something new every day. As Chovy now with some control here. They do move themselves in. Keen is just taking shot after shot, though, from aiming and from Perfect.
Yeah, they're claiming space, but they're losing health in the meantime, taking so much poke. They are giving some back, though, with that True Shot Barrage, but this is not a comfortable position for Gen G.
KT is circling like sharks, and look at this. They're sharks with laser beams, man. This Jace is able to get a lot of these shock blasts through. BDD on that flank angle as well, looking for a way in as Ruler is hunting. Looking to try and see whether he can dissuade BDD from moving over. These Mystic shots, some of them hitting, doing
almost
a fair bit of work.
5,000 damage from the Ziggs already.
Oh dear, Effort not actually able to move in, and that is Chovy finding the pick off. It's a solo in the end, actually, is now BDD fighting against Canyon as Ruler moves over. Keen going to be taken out. There goes Duro as well. And BDD is able to realm warp his way back to his teammates. That is going to be the steal of the Drake going over to Gen G, denying the soul. And they will now back away.
Absolute heist there from Gen G to deny the soul. They're like, you know what? We can wait another 5 minutes for the Elder Flip. It ends up being a lot of good poke coming down on a Gen G, but Effort goes in a little early. And the thing is, they know that they're playing around this brush. I think this was just a bit overzealous. Effort thinking he can just dodge away from the root. And then here in this turnaround play, there ends up becoming a bit of a manic rush for the Dragon. That Shock Blast kills Duro, unfortunately. But Keen buys so much time, not just when he's alive, but in his passive form as well. And that's enough to push KT away. We also saw Aiming running out of mana on the back end of the fight. So something they have to keep in mind in these extended poke wars.
Effort is absolutely a secret agent. Hookshots towards Canyon here. Hextech ultimatum. Nowhere for him to go. And down goes the Xin Zhao Crescent Guard. Just barely not off cooldown just yet as, my God, thank goodness for a rebuttal out of Chovy.
And honestly, thank goodness that Aiming's ult wasn't up yet, because I was looking for the cooldown. Level 16 now hit.
Well, now it's up.
Insane.
And it's very big. That is a big Inferno Bomb. I think Mega's probably a good enough word. As, all right, Aiming taking a lot of damage from Ruler, though. Mega Inferno Bomb does nothing if you're dead. As there's a Rune Prison on to Keen. They're trying to dissuade the engage from the Scion. And Effort looking for an angle once again. Chovy looking to find him once again, and he will be able to do so. Pop goes the Camille. All right, Chovy knows his job. Just kill him so that he can't do anything. As Cuz going to have to safeguard his way out of there, but Ruler looking a little worse for wear.
Honestly, just great plays from the carries of Gen G. Ruler chunking out Aiming, putting him low on HP, and Chovy finding this pick on an Effort enough to stall out the Baron and allow Canyon to get back on the map. This was such a delicate position here. Canyon caught on his Gromp, ends up just getting taken down. Not much you can do against a Camille who ults you 1v4 in this situation. And with him down, so Ruler finds a great angle where Aiming throws the satchel aggressively there, and he arcane shifts over to get the damage down. Aiming does Rocket Belt away, but ends up chunked. And then here, Chovy fishing for damage on an Effort.
Oh, Canyon.
Canyon low again.
Does have Crescent Guard this time around, though. Mega Inferno Bomb will get it out of him. And that trade of ultimates might work out here for Aiming, unless he just dies. Satchels himself away, this time holds onto it. And KT, they do manage to push Canyon back once again. They get his ultimate, but is that enough to get them a good position here in this game? As the train says no, Aiming having to flash to get himself out. Keen takes a lot of damage. It is otherwise going to be fine, and this is the price that Gen G has to pay with BDD towards that bottom side. There's a kickback on Duro, and the flash in from Effort to lock down Chovy. The turnaround doesn't quite work, as there is Aiming grabbing the kill, but it's a double for Chovy. And now BDD in this this backline looking to make his way, and they
Canyon's
take out
here.
Keen, and Canyon just dives on top, and down goes the Rise. Gen G writing a new script for this matchup this time, as Mega Inferno Bomb does come in, and wait, never mind, it's not new. They did make a comeback in the last time we saw basically this same matchup for these champions, and Gen G gonna move over towards the Baron.
Now Curse's Flash and Smite and his Elise in, so we'll see if he can approach and try and get a steal. They're trying to stop him. Ruler's getting damage down onto him.
Teleport in from aiming to try and offer that poke damage forward, cuz not going to get into the Baron pit just yet. They do get the information, as there's a satchel just to be annoying. Efforts moved his way over. This is getting a little dicey as the rebuttal now.
He's in the pit!
Gets into the pit, but does go down. He takes down. Oh, there was no smite in that pit for a moment because Canyon was killed. But it is going to be Gen G that secured in the end, thanks to Ruler. Chovy now has a very cool hat and a Baron to utilize with it.
That was so tense. They just changed places.
Yeah, it kind of broke my brain for a second there.
Oh, there was just a manic moment, but both junglers end up going down, and it's Gen G who had control of the areas. Gen G who get the Baron. The goal lead is closing. The Soul hasn't been secured. It's 40 seconds till KT get another chance, but even so, it's Ocean Soul. They're losing control of this game, and things are starting to go a little bit pear-shaped for KT.
The power of Chovy in a lot of these moments could not be understated, as Keen once again possibly caught out, although very, very tanky is this man. Now able to get healed up and helped out by his teammates.
I mean, it's crazy this Sion just has 2 items when so many other people are working on 3 or 4, and yet still,
yeah,
it's just bulky enough.
Well, KT now looking to prepare for this Drake that's going to be up in 1 second's time. KT having to make their way through a lot of warded brush.
Oh,
could be very scary.
Again.
Yeah.
No flash, but he's been spotted.
Yeah, on that control ward as the rest of KT are able to protect him.
We found
another
him!
catch in exactly the same spot. This time Perfect goes down, and Cuz is going to be singled out as well. Down to the GA as in goes effort onto Chovy, looking to try and lock him up as aiming still relatively safe. Gets another minefield down, and my God, the Ziggs damage is disgusting, but it's Ruler that just circumnavigates him, takes down BDD. Aiming should be going, and it's a triple for Ruler. If it's not Chovy, it's Ruler in this game.
And they managed to find the fight again. Chovy with the massive pick. No engage. It doesn't matter when Chovy is there to take out these key members of KT, and Ruler comes in with a cleanup.
Oh my goodness. This Ezreal, 4 items now picked up. He is doing so much work, and Cuz
just playing around
side.
Banana Brush. He's just hiding in the brush, dodging skill shots with a control ward, and then he sees someone step up. He thinks he can one-shot, and he does. And then here, he plays around the Hextech Ultimatum, layers the CC with Keen onto BDD, uses the stasis to survive, and then Ruler comes in for that cleanup. This was expert team fighting from Gen G. And aiming did so much damage in that fight, but it just did not matter.
And now, what you were talking about before, about dealing with Keen, is becoming a reality. As he's able to put a few items together, Gen G find themselves a gold lead for the first time in this game. And a 6,250 Red Bull Baron power play is what they used to get there. Pretty impressive stuff here, and let's see whether Gen G can hold on to this advantage and kill a Nexus. Which is what we weren't able to see when this happened in Game 1 yesterday. KT now able to get some poke damage onto Ruler. That is going to be valuable. They are still in with a fight, and the Ziggs is still extremely strong in this game.
Still such a huge threat, and the big thing is that Chovy and Ruler, the only 2 carries on Gen G. If one of them goes down, I feel like the chances just plummet in a team fight, but they've itemized very defensively. Zonya's there for Chovy as well as the Rocket Belt. It's kind of become his namesake.
Did Ruler just go back and buy a full Frozen Heart?
I think he had it. I think he did buy it after that last fight. I'm not sure it's the highest value Frozen Heart game, but obviously the mana does help out with the mana immune. He is going for a Hex Drinker now to help against that magic damage. But they want to be bulky so they can survive against these threats, because if either of them go down, Gen G are in such a bad spot. Effort.
Oh yeah, caught out of position. Does manage to get the hookshot stun onto Keen, but he still flashes. Now the Satchel is going to get Canyon even closer to the carries. Hextech Ultimatum comes on over. They're going to try and kill the Xin Zhao, and they do manage to take him out there. Cuz might just fall as well, though, and True Shot Barrage separates Effort from his life force, and KT gonna have to back away licking their wounds.
I feel like overall, that fight looked like Gen.G might be able to take it, but just the damage from aiming so severe. Even though Cuz and Effort go down, it felt like the ult that clipped Chovy and that one bouncing bomb that hit 3 people was enough to immediately make Gen.G walk away from the fight. We see here Effort, despite all his mobility, gets caught out here. The Wind becomes Lightning catches, and then Keen gets the Decimating Smash here. They then, though, just ult Canyon, chase him down. But look at this damage from aiming that hits Chovy. Oh my lord. And then they start to move up after the fact. But then look at this bouncing bomb that hits 3. And Gen.G just go, nah, we're good.
As soon as the bomb hit, you saw Chovy's like, nope, I am clicking the other direction.
That was enough. That was enough damage just to make you hesitate, make you stop. And it just shows that, you know, a few key skill shots from this very skill shot reliant composition of KT can make all the difference. All about hitting the right targets as well.
And you can see Aiming had a very large gold advantage earlier on in the game. That has swung completely back around after that last team fight that Ruler was able to take control of. And he is now looking for his final item to put together. A 4.2k gold advantage here for Gen.G. And they've started to stack up these Ocean Drakes. You were talking about the value that Gen.G could get out of this Soul. Well, Quadra Ocean Soul could be the option for them if they're able to lock down this next one in 1 minute and 15. Baron going to be up in 18 seconds time as well. And that is going to be a big one to look for here as Perfect able to avoid Chovy this time around. And there's that more of Malmodius. Ruler is now maxed out.
Yeah, it doesn't have a typical armor pen item, but I think into this composition feels like it's not the highest value, even though obviously even on Squishier champs, it does make a good amount of difference, but just prioritizing bulkiness. So much health, armor, and magic resist in his build that he is now not an easy target to cut through. And I know there's a ton of damage on KT, but if you can survive a couple of bouncing bombs, it can make all the difference in these fights because KT is so skill shot reliant. That initial burst of damage not taking you down or just not chunking you to that low HP will make the difference here. Actualizer has been finished by BDD though, which we know can be insane with Rise. And Gen.G just start up the Baron, reading the fact that KT were leaning towards the bot side, trying to make a play.
Yeah, and Chovy with teleport in hand. KT are still looking for this. Even though they know that the Baron had been started, they elect to hold on to this position. BDD can deliver effort to this turret if they want to as well, as the rest of Gen.G are wrapping around. Does KT have the information? That's the question. Is now Gen.G able to move back to grab themselves the third dragon if they would like to?
They're just TPing Chovy to safety past the dangerous area where they know that someone from KT is hiding. They're like, you know what? We'll deal with it later. For now, our focus is the dragon. They know that there's someone hiding out in their jungle, but they're just not able to scout them out right now, and their focus is secure on this dragon.
Oh, BDD is going to move down towards this bottom side, wants to try and break open the base, I guess, in the meantime, as the Dragon is going to be going over to Gen.G. A third Ocean, not exactly the most valuable. As effort, I mean, that's a dangerous place to be going back, but now seeing whether maybe they can get a catch onto Ruler, he cancels the back, but Duro's still there, Canyon's still there. And KT unable to lock him down. Still teleport back from Keen, and now it's KT. No! He almost just killed him, and he did! Oh, BDD gonna have some choice words for his support after this.
Delivers him on a silver platter to Gen.G, and now with the Rise dead, with the Rise was no teleport, Gen.G will no doubt be looking to make something off this, moving towards the Baron.
Oh no! The ultimate betrayal! As Effort is now gonna try and make up for it by trying to take down Keen here. Mega Inferno Bomb is gonna be avoided. And KT want to make a cross map. They are going to be able to take down this tower in the mid lane. That will go down very quickly thanks to aiming. Not quite able to get the Crystalline Overgrowth for this bottom inhibitor turret. So, breaking things open, that is 6 Elemental Drakes that have been taken down so far. Soul for either team next time.
The slow-mo replay betrayal.
Oh, no.
I think we are. Oh, there we go.
Poor BDD.
Yeah, walk away effort. You know what you did.
Yeah, he does. And we watched it again in slow motion. There's no escaping that one. If KT do win this and we get an interview, I really hope that that is the first question. So what went through your mind when you murdered BDD?
Long live the king.
Oh, perfect. Keen now going to get tagged here. Does manage to ult to avoid getting kicked back. That was nicely done. Mega Inferno Bomb onto only a Scion, who looks like his health bar's going up. True Shot Barrage is going to sail over the top of them, and it's Effort that goes down. Yeah, Keen is immortal now.
He's so tanky, and Effort is paper. Now though, they're looking for them.
Yeah, looking for an angle here towards Canyon. It's Cuz that dives on top of him. Perfect should be able to help take down the Xin Zhao, and there it is, down to his GA.
Nice, the base.
KT are now also trying to take down Keen. Ruler and Chovy, though, they have all the damage, and they're going to say, you can have Keen.
Guys, they're ending the game. They're ending the
we
game.
are going to win the game. Exactly
kill the
right.
Nexus.
Nexus turret number 2 going to go down, and they have so much damage. Aiming makes it back to watch as his Nexus goes poof. And Gen.G will go up 1-0 in the series.
So much happened in that game. A dominant early and mid-game performance from KT is thrown out the window as Gen.G claw it back with some clutch team fighting. In the end, the two who end the game are the two who found the windows in the team fight. Ruler and Chovy having a great bounce back performance in that one.
Yeah.
And I just think it's crazy how KT looked so controlled, so clean when it came to that macro setup in the side lanes, and then the game ends with just getting backdoored and then trying to kill Keen.
And I don't think Keen even went down towards the end there. Canyon went down to his GA. They wasted so much time trying to kill them. And look at aiming. Like, he did so much damage. It didn't matter.
It does look a little bit like a roller coaster.
I mean, it always is. It always is.
I just, you know, I feel like I expected maybe if they won this game, won the series, could be a roller coaster, but the game one, it really delivered. We're a best of 5.
Yeah.
There's more to come, but KT, that game felt a little funky.
Funky is the perfect way to describe that one. A lot of key picks have now been taken, though, so the fact that we're in Fearless does feel very, very good for this best of 5. And KT definitely looking even more than competitive. They were winning for so much of that game. It's time for us to take a short break. When we get back to space, gonna break that one down, then we'll have game number 2 of this best of 5.
바텀으로 끝낼 생각하는 게 나을 것 같아.
뭔가 이거
내가 살짝 본다.
가는 중 이거 봐줘야 되겠다.
뺄것 같긴 하고. 가는 중.
카밀부터 봐. 카밀부터. 카밀 러플. 라이즈 봐도 돼.
끝 상황 끝내고.
오케이. 바텀 갈게.
어차피 추노하는 거 힘들어.
바텀 가서 끝내 생각해도 돼.
얘네 미드 한번 더 올려놔.
빼야 된다 얘들아.
빼면서 올게.
나 봐줄게.
거기 알아서 하고 우리 그냥 바텀으로 끝내자.
야, 나 실드만 줘봐.
바텀 가는 중. 바텀 타워 다 깰만해.
그냥 끝낼 생각할래.
끝난 거 같아.
하나만 어그로 끌어봐.
끝났다.
제이스 노플.
제이스 노플. 끝났어.
그냥 타워치랑 끝날.
다행이다.
You're on
everyone, and welcome back to the space on the road to MSI. And like we said at the beginning of the day, Pony's pick, he explained that it would be difficult to explain, and we're going to try to explain the game one, which is going to also be difficult to explain. And we start with the draft, which looked suspiciously like yesterday's draft in T1 versus Humble Life Esports.
Listen, I don't know if LCK is scripted in that sense, but it clearly shows that KT was most likely screaming against HLE and Gen G was most likely screaming against T1, because these drafts were pretty much identical, with the difference is that T1 played yesterday and KT had time, or rather Gen G had time to adapt here. So Gen G, for example, bans the Trundle, and then there is no counter really, and there's no way of killing a Trundle in the mid game. So while Ezreal Karma is the same, when they get the Trundle, I feel like their scaling gets much, much better. Then we see the same answer from KT. So we see the Camille, we see the Ziggs. We enable the map, we open up the map a little bit, but I feel like the jungler really made the difference there.
There was also one other small difference I'd like to bring up. Effort is not delight, okay? There's a bit of a difference in the performance of the Camille pick here. And although it started off really well, and I felt like there was a lot of emulation there in the early game from Effort, some of his decisions in the mid to late definitely fell apart.
So yesterday pre-show, I talked about how hard to draft on the bot lane. So again, it happened again. Like to play against Ezreal Karma, you pick Camille and Ziggs. So the whole point is that I think whenever you pick Ezreal Karma, you want to win the lane, you want to snowball from the lane, and I think the goal from the Ezreal Karma is actually hitting the turret and get the turret before like 15 minutes. But I think them having Karma and Ziggs able to make so many skirmishes in the mid lane, and I think Camille is going to be happy about just matching Karma in the mid lane because she's going to have a better fight. And I think Ziggs is also having a fun time on the bot lane, playing one-on-one against Ezreal. So I think whole draft makes sense to do the same thing literally like yesterday, because KT had such a great snowballing in the early game.
Yeah, and it led to a pretty solid lead as we take a look at the gold at 17 minutes. This looks great! No roller coaster needed. It's just, we're on the ride. It's going great. Hands up.
Yeah.
Anyone hands up? Any hands uppers?
Well, I mean, given how the game went, I take them down.
All right, we're going up, right?
And then, okay, we'll see him eating. Will we show them going down? Will we show them going down? Yeah, this is one of those things where it's like, all right, I'm going to use my ult into your ult, and it's going to go well, and it just doesn't at all.
No, I mean, this fight is... It's so much control here for Gen G, and Cuz is fishing because they want to save this turret. Like, bounties are up. The turret has a bounty. But you didn't have to force this. And BDD just sends it into 4 people here.
But I'd just like to bring up the fact that even though Effort kind of found Chovy, at that point Chovy had, I believe, no stopwatch. So if Jace would actually flash on Chovy, but he chose to hit Keen. And when you just leave Mel behind, like when she's free to do whatever she wants to, I mean, we see what happens.
I just think in these types of situations, when you still have a lead, you still have control, you can give that mid-turret bounty up. It's okay. You don't have to fish with Lee Sin. And it's the cooking of Cuz and BDD that's really caused so many problems for KT. They tried to do it in the early game. We didn't show the highlight earlier where BDD went for the flash play. They tried to kill the Karma. It didn't work out. Almost caused Cuz to die. We don't need all that. Like, we could just play through our win cods.
Yes, which, as Wadid said, was a lot through the draft, but we know that this team likes to cook. That is what makes them so endearing. And so, although they finally lose their gold, they try to cook a little bit too much again, this time with their Nexus open.
Guys!
That's a Sion!
They're pushing both, by the way. You're killing Sion here, by the way.
If they have a Trundle, would they kill Sion here?
What do you mean? It doesn't matter. They had such an insane
But at this point, you threw the game so hard, nothing matters. You can't win.
Keen is just like, he's looking at Ruler and Chovy. He's like, hold. Hold, keep pushing. Hold.
Guys?
We're going to get Keen, I promise. This entire clip is them trying to kill Keen while Chovy and Ruler win the game.
I mean, to be fair.
Still didn't kill him yet, by the way. Still alive, by the way. Still Jack Show's running, by the way.
Well, to be fair, I think at this point...
They didn't even get him, what did?
At this point, it doesn't matter. The whole point of this draft is all about snowballing early game and do not let Ezreal Karma having the fun lane. They did the job.
I want to make one meta point overall about just all of the LCK. I'm starting to notice a bit of a worrying trend where teams cannot close games that they have massive leads on. It's not just D+. We saw it yesterday with HLE. We're seeing it today with KT. we're going to MSI, you win today, you win tomorrow, right? You got a tough opponent waiting. If you go to MSI and you play like this, there's a lot of international competition out there that might punish you. I think LCK as a whole needs to step it up a little bit with closing these games out.
Or you could say maybe this meta is just difficult to close out games if you're positive.
If you are like a very hopium LCK fan, you could say that. But what you could also say is that KT had 3 dragons.
We didn't do well with the last
Then they just, yeah, I don't want to be that guy, but I've been watching first time, you know, and trio, baby, trio.
Well, there's a one thing though.
It's true.
There's a one thing. KT had such a great draft plan, and I think it worked out. And maybe they should have the second plan as well. And the series it's not done yet.
How did it work out? They lost. They had a great plan and they lost.
They had a lead.
And they lost.
They had a lead.
They had a lead.
And they forgot.
Almost worked out.
Yeah, okay.
It almost worked.
You need very good mental strength to kind of bounce and keep going now, because you had a game you were about to win and you threw it. So now if in game 2 you have this bad state of mind, it's gonna just completely stumble into
It's hard to explain.
It's hard to explain.
It's hard to explain.
I do have an update. Pony did just text me, and he said, "See? That's all he texted."
What? What does that even mean? They lost.
He just said, "See?" I don't know, man. Pony is a knower. All I know is that we've got at least 2 more games of trying to figure out how to explain KT. Will it be in a victorious faction, or will it just be more of this Nexus trade kind of stuff? I don't know. Let's send it back on over to the casters for game number 2.
Thank you very much, gentlemen, for that breakdown of game number 1. And I think Pony probably did the breakdown by himself. I think that's it. See? It is probably still a Gen G 3-0. I assume that's the rest of the sentence that would come after that word.
I feel like I thought you were going to say that after that game, you could just say it's hard to explain.
That is also
If someone asks, so
valid.
tell me about KT. It's pretty hard to explain. Yeah, we got a bit of everything in that game.
We really did.
And we still have the rest of this best of 5 ahead of us to look forward to. So,
And I think the best part about it is Pony didn't predict Gen G to lose every game. He predicted KT to 3-2. So basically what he's saying is it's going to be exactly the same thing as when they faced off against D+ Kia, which KT solidly won 1 game in that series.
wow.
And now they've lost a game, but they might be able to cause some shenanigans again moving into this game number 2 as we are into the draft, having a look at this train that could have either Gen G or KT if they're able to get through T1 tomorrow, etched onto it. Such a cute little train set. I absolutely love it. Daedron and Wonju are like, Daedron's kind of on the way as well. Like it's similar direction from Seoul-ish. At least I noticed the sign when I was driving over here.
Oh.
There was Daedron on one of the signs before I pulled off to head to Wonju.
That's what you're basing all of your
Absolutely.
geographical understanding on.
Absolutely. Purely street signs in Korea.
Okay. Well, I mean,
If you ask me about where Bangladesh is, I'm going to have no idea because I haven't seen that street sign here in Korea just yet. All right, the Nocturne going to be taken away as well as the Varus so far, and we have the Casio and the Oriana also removed. This time around, KT are going to be on the blue side as Gen G do have first pick moving into this one. So KT choosing blue side after that.
yeah, so last draft, we obviously saw a lot of focus towards setting up the Rise with the Anivia ban. Here, though, Gen G maintained this Jarvan ban. Obviously, generally a good ban because definitely a specialist on that pick. Taking away 2 of these engaged junglers, Bard was banned by KT, and it is going to be banned again by them here, denying that away from Duro. So, seeing all these junglers thinned out in this situation.
I'm intrigued about what the first pick is going to be. I don't have a strong feeling.
There is Rumble.
Rumble is a good one, and it is keen. But the Annie is going to be the choice here for Chovy. Has been a big one for BDD as well this season.
There was a period in like week 6-ish of the LCK where Annie first pick was pretty popular, but it hasn't been as much so. We've often seen the likes of Aurora picked into it, but for now it's going to be KT who slammed down the Rumble, there's still plenty of responses for Keen into this. We've seen Yorick do well, Cassante, Galio.
There's a few different options that they can go for. I'm kind of feeling like Keen might go for the Cassante route, but we'll see. As Cuz, we'll see whether it is going to be a jungle locked in here. Could be. You could even just do Rumble Trundle. Feels pretty good. Rumble Vi, another great one. And that is going to be their choice here. At least by the looks of things. 3, 2, 1, and the Vi will be locked away. So, now Gen.G, with the ability to respond, I imagine Cassante X is what's going to be coming on through.
Yeah, expectation that they'll secure that for Keen. And as for Canyon, there's a lot of options, honestly. Wukong, Annie-Wukong is something we talk about all the time. They are just going to slam that down.
Just slam the Rakan. Just do it. Just go full Rise group, baby. Instead, it's the Ambessa, so Keen going for a little bit more of a damage route.
Ambessa was another one of those picks that we saw early on into Rumble not doing so well, but then she got those buffs, more early damage, more healing on the ultimate, and she started to find more favor. So this is a lot of threat onto any immobile picks that KT end up taking. You already have Ezreal out the pool. It is going to be that Talia coming through. Yeah, so Vi, Talia, and the Unraveled Earth, a ton of value into this situation. I think both teams picking up a lot of strong picks, and really looking towards the bot lane as to how you're going to survive against what the enemy topside has when it comes to those 5v5s.
And two of the options for sort of noping out of the lane have been removed as well in the Mel and the Ziggs, the most popular of the mages to be utilized there on the bottom side. So should be an honest 80 carry battle between Ruler and Aiming.
I think the priority here is going to be on these longer range 80 carries. Jhin is going to have a ton of value in this situation. Caitlyn, the Ashe ends up getting banned away, so no Ashe Seraphine. But we've seen countless times, especially when you have so much damage across the composition, Jhin being able to follow up on things like the Equalize or the Annie-Wukong, very powerful. And there's no one who's that tanky in this game that you're worried about playing Jhin into Sion or something like that.
Yep, and there shouldn't be any of those options either, even with Aftershock being a little bit better on this patch. It is going to be Lulu taken away. That's going to be that first ban from Gen.G, denying both the weird Kog'Maw shenanigans that we saw yesterday and a sprinkling of earlier on.
Yeah, Lulu obviously offering a ton of peel, but also just able to follow up when you dive in, when those junglers dive in, being able to wild growth on top of that.
Yep.
I feel like as well, depending on the bot lane matchup, it's interesting Caitlyn's still open and available right now, which is obviously something we saw pry out quite a lot in our series yesterday. Especially in the bans later on. Xayah taken away, so removing some of the options in terms of safety for Ruler, and obviously Ruler, a very notoriously good Xayah player.
Yep, I seem to remember a certain 2017 where he did look pretty good on that champion. All right, one final ban here for Gen.G. Be another support ban. Could also, I mean, the Nautilus is still up, but Gen.G can lock that one down for themselves as the Poppy is going to be taken. All right, will it just be Nautilus here for effort, or will they go for Aiming's pick first?
If I'm KT in this situation, I feel like MF or Jhin feel pretty good here. Senna just feels a bit squishy, even though obviously she can play a long range. But that can be also played in this situation. But I think a longer range 80 carry makes a lot of sense. And you can pick that, and then you can obviously take counter pick on your support and feel good about the lane you have. And it is just going to be that Jhin for Aiming.
All right.
So great follow-up on the rest of the composition. And Jhin, pretty solid in lane. There's not much I feel like Gen.G can throw down here that with the support counter pick you're not able to answer for KT. And what will Gen.G go for? I think there are support options if you want to be a bit more aggressive, like we talked about the Rakan syncing well with the composition, but also like Shen works pretty well too.
Well, that's a fun one.
On top of what they have. But they are going to go for that Senna.
All right. She's been creeping up.
Does have that long range, and also specifically into Vi. Vi has to see you to be able to target you, and you have the Shroud to play around, so can play at a distance, and then if you see Vi coming, can pop that, and it is just looking to be Senna Nautilus coming through.
Yep, I like the Nautilus denial as well as the pickup in the lane alongside the Senna because they don't have a lot of engage out of Gen.G. Yeah, they've got Flash Tibbers, but it's not exactly all that reliable. And so Duro now having a lot of agency here in this game. Effort with the ability to answer this, though. We'll see what he is going to be picking up. For some reason, I feel like he's going to play Nico, but I don't know whether that is going to be something. We've seen Nico really fall out of favor more recently.
I think Alistar's good. I think Shen's good.
Yeah, Alistair's a very fun one.
I think those are fine.
Yep, I like this a lot more.
Rel works too. I think just picking a strong melee engager in this situation, and it looks like it will just be that Rel. So both teams, a lot of explosive power in their compositions, a longer range AD carry who will be vulnerable if connected onto. We'll have to see how these team fights are played out. I do think that the center, I'm interested to see if Ruler does take the Deathfire touch that we've been seeing so much in solo queue. I was checking his solo queue, and he's been running it in solo queue.
Okay.
It'll be interesting if he doesn't take it when he gets to pro play and goes for the fleet footwork, as we've seen in the LCK. But I do feel like even though KT have a lot of that engage power, still a little scary playing into how consistent we've seen the Annie Wukong be and the Ambessa in Keen's hand. I think a lot of this is going to come down to the Vi Talia getting some momentum early, and especially because Vi does have more early impact than the Wukong. If you get the ball rolling, both these compositions, so much mid-game team fighting power, whoever gets ahead, it's going to be hard to match them.
I would agree. And I find it really interesting that you're like, oh, it's all about Vi Talia. Well, I mean, it's always all about BDD and Cuz, and whether or not they can get it together on the day. The early game in game number 1 was fantastic for KT. We'll see whether they can do it again. But I think this is a very different story, right? Last time, there were very different compositions, you know, very different win conditions, different ideas of how to play the game. I feel like there are so many similarities to how these compositions play out, where supports are trying to engage, trying to find those angles. We're all just trying to press our buttons together and allow our AD carries to carry in the later stages of the game, build the space for them and make it happen. And with both teams trying to do the same thing, we could have some explosive engages to get into the Rift for game number 2. All right, Effort gonna clop away. All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the Rift for game number 2. They're already getting a little bit of damage towards Chovy, but Chovy delivering a bit back himself. Just battling for control of the wave right now. The Pandemonium skin there for the Annie as well.
And we do have Deathfire Touch from Ruler, so finally we get the Deathfire Touch center in the LCK that has been doing crazy numbers in solo queue. It's something like a 16 to 18% pick rate, similar ban rate, like a 55% win rate. It's insane right now. So a lot of damage and a lot of pressure in the lane. It was even more broken before when Deathfire Touch was stronger and it was physical damage and would sync up with the Black Cleaver, but still very strong.
As Anchor is just going to find that caster minion in the back line. Really interesting that we kind of had to move our expectations of this lane a little bit, but then move them back again now that both of these supports are playing Engage. It's sort of evened out. I feel like the Jhin should once again have a fair bit of control in this lane, especially in the early levels. But Ruler is just going to infinitely scale. And we saw yesterday from Gumayushi shooting people from like off screen with an auto attack.
Yeah, it does get a bit crazy, but I think with these two compositions, even though there's obviously scaling elements like the Senna who could become a big problem later on, I think just with the explosive engage potential from KT, if you reach Ruler and he dies, it doesn't matter how much range he has.
Oh yeah.
Obviously being able to play around that huge range makes it harder to reach him, but I do think that there's options no matter what for KT unless they're extremely far behind. And a lot of it's going to come down to just execution. Who starts the fight first and leads the charge? Because both team comps, as you were saying before, play in a relatively similar way with how they want fights to start. And it is them being the initiators and picking off key targets.
Yep. I do think that KT are a little bit more single target in how they want to make things happen in the mid game around Cuz, right, with the cease and desist. Canyon definitely a lot more about I can knock everyone into the sky and we can then deliver all of the damage that way, but there is still so much AoE.
You say that, but then Keen and Duro are pretty single target and Perfect and Effort pretty AoE.
Oh yeah, there you go.
I feel like it balances out, yeah. It does feel very balanced.
And Effort going to be pairing with Perfect very well. Like, I do think the Wombo combo here for KT is pretty frightening. And Equalizer Curtain Call has always been something that can kill someone. Even if you're really far behind in the game, you manage to get anyone locked down, those two follow-ups will certainly be able to get enough damage done to try and capitalize from very far away. So I'm interested to see whether KT can actually once again find themselves a good early game. The problem is it's got to weigh on your mind that in the last game they were looking phenomenal early on, and then things all kind of fell apart.
Well, what I will say is
a bit of an attempt.
Going back to yesterday again, the 17th time, even though HD did win that game 1, we saw them get the early lead and then falter multiple times in that series, but they were still the team with the agency and they eventually figured it out. So I guess KT hoping that that will be their fate in this series, that yes, they did falter in game 1, but if they're the ones with the momentum, they can eventually just find a way to close the game out.
And I mean, they faltered in games 1 and 2 against D plus Kia just last weekend, and that worked out pretty well for them, based on the fact that they're here. So showing some tenacity there. We'll see whether they can show it once again here today. As Chovy, he's having a pretty good time here in this lane. BDD in a little bit of a rough spot, both of them having teleported back already.
The thing is, you're already having a rough time right now as BDD. It's not really reflected in the farm, but once level 6 is hit by the Annie, it gets so much worse because often when you're playing into Annie at level 6, it feels pretty bad. Oh, that missed.
Great yeah, actually just going to miss because otherwise the buffer would have come on through.
But as I was saying, most champions, when Annie hits level 6, suddenly just in a rough time in lane because that happens. But Talia in particular doesn't really get any lane power at all from Hero.
Oh dear, Rula going to have to flash, and he does do so to get over the Vault Breaker. Cuz not investing his flash, understanding he can just come back and kill him next time.
Yeah, and Duro just not quite there in time. If he's in position, he can obviously disrupt the Vi, stop Cuz from going for the dash to force Rula's flash. But he was a little bit later than the jungle support from KT. And it does mean that KT's just going to look towards the Dragon, but Canyon's in the vicinity and aiming recall. Yeah, they have to dip.
They just get out of there, crash down over the wall, as well as the Vault Breaker will allow them to escape. But now you've got Canyon deciding to go for this crab. That should be level 6 over to the Wukong as well off the back of that one, as aiming will be able to find Duro here. Effort down very, very low though, and he's still burning. All right, Canyon just going to start this up.
Yeah, smites it as well, so committing to it, getting that first smite down, and then we'll have a second one later, but definitely wants to focus it. And we'll see, will Cuz try and steal it? It's in the area, but it looks like the answer is no.
Yeah, they did lose mid-control just for a moment there. Thought that maybe KT were going to go for something, but it looks like that is not going to be the angle. Aiming is lurking, so he can maybe find a little bit of a deadly flourish. Attempted steal, but decides not to go for it.
Didn't we have Cloud Infernal as the first 2 dragons last game?
Did. So now it might be Ocean, or we might get Earth, Wind, and Fire done right.
You're always hoping for that.
Every time. And every single time. All right, Duro going to be able to find a little bit of an anchor towards effort here. Does throw back a bit of damage himself, but otherwise it's just Mortal Kombat. No one really doing too much work. And things slow down. It is a very even game state, though, in this early game.
Yeah.
I think that both of us are kind of expecting like mid-game to be where the action sort of starts.
Ultimate's coming in, obviously adjust things a bit. We saw Chovy getting some more pressure mid on the back of that, but top lane Keen as well was having a bit of a rough time in lane, but the spike you get from your ult making a big difference. But now, though, they're looking to collapse onto him. There's no TP from Chovy, no one's near. He might just be dead.
Yeah, Cease and Desist is available. There is the Weaver's Wall. The ultimate does manage to buy a lot of space, but they just get back on top of him. Keen should be able to take down Cuz here, though. Oh, there it is, the 1-for-1. And it's a disaster for KT as Chovy moving up towards that top side as well. BDD in a bit of trouble. The Chovy spotted on that ward. BDD is going to be able to make it out safely.
Keen played that beautifully and almost actually got 2 kills out of that. BDD was so low as well. The ult to buffer the CC was just flawless from Keen, and you could see KT were kind of rushing into that, didn't want to get counterplayed. They had more time, I think, but obviously we have the luxury of being able to see the whole mini-map. And in the end, Keen trading 1-for-1 feels fantastic, given how that play started.
Yeah, and now sitting on a 160 gold lead as well, as the Rumble did not manage to pick up the kills. We're going to have a look at this from Keen's perspective.
So the big thing is buffering the ult from the Vi just means all the follow-up is missing. Like the equalizer, everything was over there where his original position was. All that damage missing means he's able to survive long enough to take out Cuz. So Keen landing that ultimate as well. It's not just the fact that he buffered the ult, but the fact he lands it so he can move away from where they were trying to target him down makes all the difference.
Beautifully played. And what he said there was, "Find no flash." And he did indeed flash, and then died. Ruler now going to slink into the mist as the Shattering Strike is going to be able to stun him up. The rest of Gen G, though, just going to get pushed away from this bottom side. And KT now with a slight gold advantage, largely due to aiming just being a bit further ahead than this center. That is kind of what we expect in this bottom lane, as you stated earlier, Ox. So everything kind of going to plan here for both teams.
You have the early Dirt coming out from aiming. You're going to likely be going towards that Ghost Blade. And it does mean that you're a little bit later on your item spikes when you go towards that. Particularly getting like LDR and IE together. You see Perfect getting some good lane pressure here onto Keen right now.
Yeah, the burn earn value starting to stack up. Looking for that Leandri's is item number 1 as Duro. Whether he does commit anything to this, decides not to. BDD just going to be pushed away from Chovy though.
Ruler still has no flash.
Effort. Oh dear. There is the revisit, and down will go Ruler. It's a decent cleanse, but he is not going to live. Sometimes you just like to press R before you die.
Yeah, I think the cleanse was kind of pointless. I'm going to be honest. You were just beyond dead as soon as they showed up.
It's pretty handy that you can just like channel the ultimate, and if it doesn't go off, then you get the cooldown refund.
Yeah, otherwise
so you may as well party with that one.
That would be. I mean, to be honest, I think even if it'd gone off, he's probably just dead and it's just wasted.
Yeah, no, he's probably glad that they killed him in time.
Yeah. So good gank again by KT, able to capitalize on that window where his flash just isn't quite available. They knew that Duro had shown up in the mid lane. And here, the CC layering is really good. That knockoff from Effort as well, knocking him just a little bit away from the turret. It wasn't the hardest play to pull off, but I think they just did everything right in that situation.
Yep, and that means 1,000 gold the lead here for KT. 3 grubs, though, over to Gen G. They do have the first Drake. Next one coming up in 45 seconds. So it's a bit more of a neutral objective game for Gen G this time around. Last time, KT kind of had a monopoly on that one, even though it was 2 grubs in favor of Gen G. This time, though, it's 3, and that feels pretty nice. As now KT are closing in on Duro. This time, though, he's not playing Karma. He is a little tankier with his Aftershock.
So notably, aiming has the Ghost Blade completed, and Ruler's yet to finish his first item. So missing out on that spike currently. Both junglers with item completions, though.
Yeah. Sundered Sky into the Trinity Force. We're looking for an angle here towards BDD, though, is now going to get the flash out.
Yeah, unfortunately, Chovy just didn't quite have the stun ready in time. Otherwise, I think BDD is just dead. But the flash is still an easy pickup for very little in terms of resources expended.
Yep, teleport back to the top lane here for Keen. As Perfect just teleported himself. So a 4v4 if they are going to fight for this dragon. It looks like Cuz might be thinking about it as they do move themselves over.
I think Gen G feel happy about that because the Rumble Equalizer has so much impact in these early fights, and Keen's still yet to complete his first item. We know that first item spike on the Ambessa, very significant. So they will end up picking the second dragon up, and Max.
It happened!
It happened.
We did it! Thank you so much. And Ox, this is a lot to do with you as well, right? No Chemtech, either game, it was available. And we just shunned it. We got Earth, Wind, and Fire. We're going to groove tonight. That's absolutely what we're going to do. It's not September yet, so we're going to take that one off the playlist. There are plenty of other options. That band is great.
Yep.
It's all right. Effort now getting some vision down in this mid lane. And we've got aiming in the top side this time around, trying to grab some plates up there. As there is the crash down. Flash out from Duro, but he immediately gets encountered by Cuz, who is able to throw him towards the sky. There's the blast cone, but Effort gets into position. Dawning Shadow to try and keep Duro alive. He's still alive as the curtains were called. He's finally taken out, but it's just support for support.
I think they could have done a better job of blocking those Jhin bullets, if I'm going to be honest. Canyon...
I don't know, Duro did a great job.
Canyon just kind of letting his support die. But they do trade 1-for-1, which, all things considered, with how it started, I think Gen G not too upset about it, although they are down Duro's flash. Canyon does dodge away from the deadly flourish there.
Yeah, nice little sidestep. Able to Warrior Trickster towards his Krugs. That is where he's going. I feel like Perfect has had a lot of control in this lane, but I'm not really seeing it represented in the farm or the money or anything like that as far as this top lane battle is concerned. Let's have a look at this one, though.
So this looks a little silly from Duro, but the thing is they've been fighting constantly and nothing's happened, and then this is the one time where the enemy team's there. In this situation, though, Canyon got stunned there and his clone wasn't quite blocking, so I guess I give him a pass on that one. Not quite like the Effort betrayal from the previous game.
No, not quite there yet. As Chovy just going to be clearing out some minions. He's had a relatively quiet one, but when Chovy has a quiet game, he generally goes up about 20 CS, and that's precisely what's happened here. And so the Annie feeling pretty strong, although not running away with the game just yet. Does have his dash cannon, though. Feels very, very good.
I mean, the significant thing is aiming is really far ahead in the bot lane, having picked up his second kill. And Jin, ahead of the curve, feels so much better than a Jin who is just even in parity with items compared to a Senna, for example.
Well, that is the example in this game.
Wow, that worked out very well.
Yeah, in your favor. So I think we can certainly see that the value for the Jin is a little bit higher this stage. I'm trying my very best to stay impartial as Keen. Perfect execution going to get flashed there by Perfect. And by perfect execution, I mean public execution.
Yeah, it would have been a perfect execution if you got hit by it.
Yeah, and could have been Akali. And hitting Akali's ultimate is a little bit of a different story. You dash anyway. That's all right, KT. Now looking to close in on Chovy here. Effort going to be moving on over. There's the Magnastorm to hold him in position. And he needs to get out of the way of the seismic shove. He does manage to pass that test, but now the curtains have been called. Oh my goodness. Dodges the last one though. We just need an auto from B2D and they do manage to take him down. Just not quite enough able to rely on the turret.
Yeah, Chovy trying everything he can there, using Tibbers at the end to block the rocks from BDD, but he just throws on with his hand.
Yeah.
That's enough to take him down.
A tough one, as we're going to have a look at this matchup between our top laners in this bottom lane. We don't quite have the Leandri's done for Perfect. He's going to feel a lot better when that comes in, but Keen very close to the Eclipse. He's also very, very powerful. Blackfire Torch now just done for BDD as we have a look at this play one more time.
Yeah, so starts moving backwards, expecting a dive, and then BDD goes in with the ultimate, flashes away from the Deadly Flourish because he knows a seismic shove is guaranteed afterwards, but then he's in this uncomfortable position. There's not really any way he can get out. And yeah, moves Tibbers in front and just gets an auto to the head is enough. Now, Canyon looking for Perfect here.
Okay.
With no flash, this should be an easy dive.
Yep, Equalizer is going to come down, so they will at least be able to have Perfect deal with the wave. Flash out from Keen to make sure that he doesn't die, as now he got to crash down from Effort to get over to a Blast Cone, and then to get pulled back by Duro and probably killed. There's a great seismic shove, though, as BDD comes over to save the day, and Deadly Flourish connects onto Chovy. It's a fair bit of damage there, is now aiming. Wants to have another one of those Deadly Flourishes, but doesn't quite have it back up just yet. And KT will now just move over towards this mid lane.
Aiming, not having ult there, is really what allowed Gen.G just to limp away on the back of that play. Did look like they were going to overcommit a bit onto Effort. Now looking for BDD. BDD has flash.
Well, the Tibbers is going to come down from the sky, and the Anchor is not going to steal the kill. That's going to go over to Chovy. So they're going to trade BDD for mid outer turret.
I think BDD just has to flash there away defensively. The Tibbers was very telegraphed by Chovy. It's not like he's flash Tibbersing you. He just ran at you. And the late flash was a little bit ambitious there. KT still managed to get that mid tower though, so they at least get something for that they can be happy about. But BDD being down, flash, and dying anyway does not feel so good.
Now, Soul Point available for Gen.G if they would like to get over towards this dragon. I imagine this one is one that KT are going to fight for.
Yeah, BDD's going to be late though. No TP, and I mean, he has the Weaver's Wall to get there quicker.
They have been able to control this area quite nicely, though. Control vision is now in the Banana Brush. They've got captive audience, things like that.
Not interested. I think the ult economy not in their favor with Cyclone down, Public Execution down, Tibbers and Death Charge. That just is enough for them to say, we don't need this dragon. We can give it up. We can play for top instead.
Exactly what they're going to do. So first one for KT on the board as BDD might be targeted once again. And yeah, Canyon comes in, finds that Cyclone. As soon as it comes off cooldown, he's using it again to grab that kill. And so that is now 2 deaths for BDD in quick succession.
Yeah, punished there. And I mean, you have to go back to the previous play when he burnt his flash when he was kind of dead anyway. Easy to capitalize on him when he still doesn't have that summoner available. Now though, TP coming in from Chovy.
All right.
And Perfect just walks away.
The walk away from the teleport angle.
Yeah. That's very complicated, but pulls it off effectively.
Yeah. The whole clicking up, I just never would have thought of it. As all right, Keen not going to be breaking that Crystalline Overgrowth just yet. Wants to deny as many minions as possible. And will finally take it down with only one left. Clears out the wave. So this Ambessa going to move to a 1.2k gold advantage. Yeah, and you can see the CS numbers aren't crazy, but with the kill, the assists, and all of that turret money, he's feeling very good on this M-Vesa.
Keen and Canyon are really strong, both of them. Especially when Canyon gets a second item, such a big spike for the Wukong.
Oh dear, this is just trading mid laners over and over again. Crash down from Effort is going to connect, and BDD is going to get some revenge as Tib is also taken out.
I'm going to say it. This is normally the top laner's fate. So
yeah.
Keen and Perfect are kind of happy seeing it not be them. That being said...
Yeah, Keen is going to, I guess, feel jealous. I don't know, as he is going to potentially have a little bit to deal with himself, but he just holds onto the wave, and he will be all right.
Yeah, without the Vial, and also being that Keen is pretty tanky, pretty hard to deal with, they don't end up messing with Genji's top laner in that situation.
Besser is getting strong. The Eclipse spike, man, it is just kind of crazy. 5 seconds on Chovy. He'll be back up again. No teleport, but he can run real fast. Didn't go for the Swifties this time. I feel like we've seen a lot of Swifties, Annie, this time around going for a little bit more of the damage vibe, which I don't mind. It's just a little bit of a change. We know that Chovy does really like having a bit of added movement speed.
And the dash.
And the dash. Well, I mean, obviously he's going to play dash.
Yeah.
That's
mandatory at this point.
Yes.
Second item completed there for Canyon with the Sundered Sky, so he feels pretty strong right now. The
Chovy, all the information.
Really solid, and yeah, Chovy will just be able to back away from this one. Dangerous game to be a mid laner, so I think both of them being a little bit more wary. I said being a little bit more wary.
Okay, well, Chovy is going to get discovered by Cuz, but Cuz not going to go underneath the turret this time around. Now just going to come on over. Does manage to get the smite down onto Chovy. Cease and desist is up in 3 seconds time as Effort is going to move in as well. All right, how do we magic our way out of this one? Is you don't. That's the answer, as he is just eliminated by aiming.
This just feels more personal. I think after game one and what he did in the ML, justified. But it's not exactly a good trade in this situation where Genji are going to take this tier 2 inner.
And the outer and mid is so close to going down.
Yeah.
I'm going to say probably not worth, as KT did have a lead, and now they do not. This is going to help pull it back, but I think it'll be about 1,000 gold in Genji's favor regardless.
I think just so... Oh, TP coming in.
All right.
Trying to get in range of the Wukong.
Decent assist. Does manage to find him here as the Weaver's Wall comes on through. There's a public execution, though, as they're looking to try and get on top of Canyon, but he makes his way out to relative safety. Cuz's health bar is now too low, and the rest of KT, I think they're going to have to back away. Flash out from Perfect. No equalizer, and Keen is going to back away and let them live. Looks like Baron not going to be on the cards. It's only 21 minutes into the game, but man, there's so much jostling for position. I can't believe no one died.
Yeah, I mean, they were looking for it. KT just gunning after Canyon, thinking if they get this jungle kill, they could maybe just go for the Baron. But in the end, not able to take him down. Keen such a massive threat at this point of the game, and they have to respect the turnaround potential. Level 15 for Keen right now is very scary. Second item completed. And with Dragon in 45 seconds, this is a major point of the game.
Yeah. Well, as far as ultimates are concerned, Cease and Desist is quite a ways away. There is a Curtain Call and a Magnet Storm, which could be important for KT, but on the other side, it's just Tibbers and a Depth Charge. So Genji also a little bit worse for wear as far as that is concerned. Great buffer, but now going to get tagged, and Duro gonna have to flash to get out of the way. That last shot blocked by Keen, and Duro gonna get barbecued by Perfect in the end. Did have to invest the equalizer for it though, as now Canyon could be in a little bit of trouble. Cuz trying to move himself out of the way as Chovy realizing that he has to teleport to get out of this one, and will be able to do that. So just a pick, but a lot invested in order to get it.
Yeah, I think Genji can fight this 4v5. With the fact that the equalizer and the curtain calls down, it's a lot of power budget unavailable. I think there's still a chance they can take this.
Well, let's see whether they go for it. You can see them lurking in the area as Jonas Strong does try and keep us on our toes. Canyon gets in there, Effort with the Shattering Strike. This is going to be a 50-50 most likely, but there's Cease and Desist, and Ruler doing so much damage with that Dawning Shadow. There is the steal from Canyon, and Cuz goes down as well. It's a disaster for KT, as, yeah, the Golden Flamethrower is also going to be removed. It's a double for Chovy. And you were right, Ox. Yeah, I think they could have taken that 4v5.
I'm glad they could prove me right. Canyon goes into the pit, and the focus ends up being on him to try and stop the smite, but he just ults, causes so much disruption. The rest of the team are free hitting in this situation. This one from Duro, he's trying to play around the Banana Brush, and there was a lot of that last game from Chovy. I think KT got a little sick of it. this was a great block from Keen, and this is significant because this essentially forces the equalizer.
Yeah.
So, even though Duro goes down, you force another big budget ultimate, and then in this fight, so much focus is on Canyon to try and deny him access, but we get the Wukong Annie combo just melting Effort and Cuz here, and then Ruler, he's just moving forward and just free hitting in this situation. Keen is just such a monster, so hard to deal with. And not only are they not able to prevent the smite, but they also just hard lose the fight.
Yeah, and yeah, move and shoot. That's all Ruler was doing. Kind of untouched. Good sidestep on the last seismic shove, but that was the first time that he was in any sort of danger or under any sort of fire from KT. And KT do need to deal with this center. As this game goes on, she's going to become more and more of a problem already with 2 items completed. As Cuz looking for Duro once again. Cease and desist on to Ruler, though, as I think they have done their homework, but the bear is going to come down from the sky. And Cuz able to get himself out of the way just now as Canyon moving on in. Dawning Shadow avoided there by the Vi. And Effort able to crash his way out of there. Man, the fancy footwork here from KT. Kind of working inside. Big shot pulls him back. And Keen going to have to try and commit to this. They do manage to take down Effort, but now the depth charge onto Perfect comes in. And the curtains have been called. The decoy going to block a lot of bullets, but Gen G will be able to walk their way out. And it's a 1-for-1 in the end.
Yeah, but losing Keen definitely does not feel good in this situation, and just not a great played fight from Gen G. So this is a mistake from Ruler, because he actually pops his Shroud, and then he can't actually be ulted by Cuz, but he starts attacking. And that gives Cuz vision to ult him, so he has to flash over the wall. He should have just walked away. Duro would have been fine for a little bit longer. And then the ensuing fight, they try to chase them down, but this seismic shove that comes in after, so first they get the root, and then BDD dashing in to get that flick. So nice, and Keen, still very scary, does manage to trade 1-for-1, but it's a lot less gold from killing Effort. And now you're seeing a situation where Ruler doesn't have flash, so he's a much more viable target going into the next fight.
And aiming as well, Mortal Reminder is completed. And he's getting closer and closer to Infinity Edge's item number 4.
Yeah, didn't go for the Storm Razor third, so just wants to get that Armor Pen and IE online. As we know, Jin really benefits from those items being completed.
Yep, I respect it. 4-0-2 on this Jin. So he is definitely what KT are going to be relying on here. Gen G with that soul point, though, 1.5 minutes on this next dragon. Mountain Soul will make the Jin's life a living hell, trying to get through all of these shields over and over again. And KT, it's not like they have a lot of, tank busting necessarily. There is a Mortal Reminder obviously still there, but Jin is not known for being able to kill the bulkier targets, and everyone's going to kind of be a bulky target here for Gen G if they do manage to lock down that Mountain Soul. Still, only about 2,500 gold, the advantage here for Gen G. This is certainly the closest one we've had so far today out of the 2 games that we have had. 4 turrets to 3, some standing gold there for KT, I guess you could say.
Closest of 2 isn't that impressive.
It's not. That's a 50-50, isn't it?
Yeah.
One will be closer than the other.
But you're not inaccurate, so that's
there you
the
go.
main thing.
That's the kind of stats that I'm into. Just give me the obvious, and I'll say it.
So you can see KT getting control of the area, which is really big, considering Canyon no flash, Ruler no flash, and they have to push forward to contest this. Trying to clear out this vision that Effort's getting down. He's now out of wards completely, so wanting to get a recall in, but it's a little bit late. Not sure you're going to have time for that. And that means that every ward Gen G clears out here can't be replaced. So really makes it awkward for KT. They give up control of the area, the sweeper's going to find another one, and suddenly KT just have no vision of the area.
It's very dark right now.
You get the recall coming in from Effort, fully stocked on those regular wards. Doesn't get a control ward though. I think you could have sold as refillable and got a control ward, if I'm being honest there.
Yeah, it's a bit weird.
Control wards, very cheap when you have the support quest completed.
Exactly. Effort is now moving towards Keen, looking for a bit of an angle here as he doesn't find the Shattering Strike. There's the crash down as Public Execution not going to connect. Cuz trying to get himself out of there, but Canyon finds the backline. Aiming is just going to get executed by the Dawning Shadow. Decent flick there from PDD, but they've missed out on so much of their damage now. As KT, the Equalizer did absolutely nothing, and now the Piercing Darkness from Ruler will be able to keep everyone safe. Gen G just moving forward like a freight train.
Getting control of the area, just to deny any chances of Cuz moving in. and stealing this one. Duro's playing Bouncer, as is Keen.
All right.
And this could just be solved for Gen G.
It should be. And it feels so methodical from Gen G today. You know, this feels like last year where they were just kind of winning everything forever and there just wasn't a whole lot of doubt. That's what Gen G kind of making me feel like now. The last game, a little bit of a different story. This one, slow moving, but definitely dominating.
So they try to go aggressive on Keen, but it's kind of half-hearted, and Canyon finds beautiful flank behind, aiming, ends up flashing in a straight line and is still caught out by Duro, and immediately the fight is over. You've lost your Jin, who you want to be sitting back at max range. It was just a beautiful flank angle from Canyon there. And I am going to say something. I criticized the lack of control ward before. I think it's a bug with the overlay.
Oh, okay.
No way. Both supports don't have control wards now, so
and there's also a control ward in his inventory, and it would be in the
yeah, I apologize for any slander towards effort. I'm sure he had a control ward when he recalled.
Yep.
Apologies for that from me.
I was a bit confused as well.
Yeah.
But I didn't want to say anything because I just didn't. I also didn't know whether the overlay was okay. All right. We do now have Gen G positioned around the Baron. And I'm just getting so frightened for what Ruler's going to be capable of as this game continues. He's now got another Zeal for 3.5 items that he's put together.
Yeah, once he gets Rapid Fire, it just becomes obnoxious. You can just harass people from such a long distance away, closing on 80 stacks.
Yeah.
This is the point where really it starts to become significant. And a big difference between this current center and the fasting center we used to see is you get levels, you get gold. I think one of the issues I often had with teams playing fasting center is they would struggle to find that transition point when you actually start farming and stop fasting. It's but with just farming in this situation, Ruler is very strong, approaching on level 16, and KT trying to threaten here and approach this Baron, but
could be dangerous. Perfect has a decent angle for the equalizer as well as they get a nice flick back onto Duro. Public execution going to be avoided.
Oh, if it was the old one, that would have connected, but it's a lot slower now after the nerfs. So Gen G start the Baron back away, trying to find and engage and aren't successful with it. KT.
Get them off it. It is kind of frustrating though for KT, right? Because now Gen G are out of combat for a couple of seconds and then they get a big old shield back again.
Yeah.
It feels like all of that work that KT did to try and soften up Duro is kind of doing nothing at all. Infinity Edge finally completed here for aiming though. He does do damage now.
I mean, considering how bursty these compositions are, the Mountain Shield does go a long way, especially to Rilla, who is so squishy. IE has just come in for aiming though, which is a big spike. So he's going to feel very strong on the back of that. But I think Ruler should have Rapid Fire done, if not on his next recall, very close. I think he's probably waiting to have enough gold to recall.
Yeah, he's on red buff right now, so probably will just be taking that and heading on over there, unless he needs to kill a popcorn chicken or a minion wave in order to get that little bit of extra money. That's all right, a little bit of a stunned effort, but he's able to walk his way out. Too much of an issue there. All right, and here's that moment. Ox, that rapid fire cannon is going to be put together. So 4 items equalizing that of the Jin onto Ruler.
And I think this feels good on the center because suddenly you can actually put down your damage without being in engage range, particularly off like a flash ult from Cuz. I mean, a flash ult would catch you, but you're far enough away that you can flash out and he's just miles away from everything.
Yeah.
But just an ult. Cuz can't just ult you as soon as you start ulting him. You have enough range with the rapid fire.
Oh dear. Canyon is going to get flicked back. BDD able to dash cannon, but doesn't have an inner turret here. He's just able to run fast enough, was about to get on his surfboard, so everything is all right. But still, bit of a jump scare there for BDD.
A little bit spooky at this point in the game as well. You can see Gen G fully setting up around this Baron. They don't want to make it come down to an Elder Flip. Would rather set up this objective. With Ruler's range as well, so hard for KT to step up.
No Cyclone now, though, as that was used on BDD for not a whole lot of gain. Might be a bit of an angle, and KT, I think they think so too. Teleport comes in from BDD. Duro off to the side. Canyon with his Guardian Angel. Still up and at the ready. Gen G looking for it here. As Cuz can always pull the trigger. BDD is the target they're looking for. The anchor goes wide, though. Deadly Flourish connects onto Duro. Is now perfect, just throwing harpoons around, and Duro gets punched by Cuz. Equalizer, and Duro just walks up the whole way. Curtain call. All the timbers! It's max range, but it's a massive bear from the sky from Chobi. And it's now Keen able to dash around the battlefield. Cuz is wiped out. And it's only the bottom lane left for KT.
So much of the focus from KT was on this Nautilus, they lost track of the small girl with the bear. And Chovy just comes in and gets a humongous ult, devastating all of KT. We can see how trying to find an engage on a BDD is unsuccessful. But they move forward and they kind of just beeline in. And look at this clump that ends up coming round to the top side. It's Keen who starts with the ult, but the follow-up from Chovy is massive. The triple stun instantly ends the fight. That was beautiful from Gen G. Keen and Chovy working in perfect unison there.
Not to mention Ruler there as well. Always able to offer that damage over the top. So really nicely done. Great wombo combo, but KT now taking naps as far as the top side of the map is concerned. 30 seconds until this Elder Drake.
What's crazy there is that all the top side of KT had fun.
Oh no! Cyclone comes down yet again. Effort knows that he has to invest everything just to keep himself safe. And that's a decent Shattering Strike, but another Cyclone does come in. And now the rest of Gen G are closing. Effort will be able to get himself out of there relatively safely, but look at how far they've been pushed away from this Elder Pit.
Yeah, pushes them away, and even though you burn the Cyclone, it also burns Effort's Flash and Ultimate, which are big team fighting tools as well. So you're feeling great about this, continuing the siege, and the center with the Rapid Fire is a monster in these siege setups. The Static Shiv as well, very annoying to deal with.
Yep, you can see aiming, just walking incredibly slowly, trying to escape all of this as Effort now at least has his health bar back. Chovy, oh my goodness, that stasis was absolutely absurd. Dash cannons to get himself out of the way. Dawning Shadow is going to be there as now Effort very, very low. As Gen G just settle back in to another siege scenario.
And Cuz doesn't ult, but he's now got no flash, so it's going to be hard to find a window. Ruler playing pretty aggressive.
Oh, has to flash.
That was
something for KT.
One. They're going to move back towards the Elder. KT, you have to rush in if they want to be able to contest this. I mean, it's only Canyon for now, so it's going slowly. But they have to make some headway quickly.
Oh, well, the rest of Gen G are still going to be here. The public execution right into the back line just manages to skewer aiming, and Katie's able to lock him down in the end as well. Perfect now trying to get something done. Goes gold in the last moment, but does nothing at all as far as damage. And now Chovy looking to try and prove it against PDD once again. This is going to be the inhibitor turret going down, and this should be the end of the game and match point already for Gen G.
Gen G end up crushing KT there. They try and approach to contest the Elder, but they get decimated. Keen and Chovy absolutely on fire in this game, and BDD, last one alive on the Nexus, will stay alive, but the Nexus will not.
And man, the last game was KT off to a great start. This game really felt like Gen G had all of the cards the entirety of the time. A chokehold over this one, and I'm wondering what Pony's message is going to be to Dagon now.
Yeah, I think Canyon had a pretty phenomenal game on the Wukong on this one, but also just the solo lane. His Keen was such a problem. Even when they try to focus him was a big issue. Chovy was making big plays in game 1 and game 2. That triple Tibbers was just massive. And we were talking about how both team compositions had this, engage with a long-range follow-up. The execution from Gen G was just a level above.
Certainly was, and I feel like the utilization of Rumble in these team fights didn't necessarily work out, but the way sort of Gen G played around the equalizer, not actually funneling in anywhere. They were the ones that made sure that all of their ducks were in a row and then just picked their targets and destroyed them. You can see, able to create a very, very large gold lead towards the very end of that game, but it was very slow and methodical after that mid-game where KT were able to find some advantages. However, ladies and gentlemen, this is a best of 5. And the last time KT were in a best of 5 and they were down 0-2, they came back and won the series. So don't worry, this could still go the distance. We could be waving phones around in a few hours' time. Let's go to a short break. When we get back to space, gonna let us know whether it's gonna be possible.
풀 빠져서.
이거 바이 나오는 거 막아도 될 것 같은데? 나 지금 미드 얼굴 보이고 있었는데. 우리 여기서 나오는 거 막고.
이거 3대4도 이길만 하거든.
이길만 해. 내일 노플이라고
생각해. 후방하면 나 그냥 공도 막을게 제가.
나도 출발할게.
야 우리 싸운다. 봐줘야 돼. 진 노플.
잡았어.
가져.
안 될 것 같아.
나 김행이야.
끝났네.
풀 있긴 해요 형.
나 스턴 1초.
노플.
Can't hide from me, monster. I'll make this quick. Stay back! Don't do this. Here we go. I got you.
Lock. This doesn't mean we're even.
It's good to see you too.
MSI 팬페스타가 좀 잘 돼야 되니까 이런저런 얘기 들어보려고 회의 한번 모아봤습니다.
저 팬페스타 참고 조건을 전원 가렌 코스프레 하는 건 어떨까요?
팬분들 전원에게 대전의 명물 튀김 소보루 증정 어떻습니까? 와 미쳤다. 이거 크랙이다. 이거 튀김 소보루는 완전히 인정입니다.
근데 그건 사실 예산 문제.
아니면 그거 어때? 꿀잼 도시 대전이니까 행사장에서 안 웃으면 쫓겨나는 거야. 너 진짜 천재 아니야? 이거 괜찮은데요?
자 그럼 일단 어느 정도 아이디어가 나왔어요?
아니요 크리세님 하나도 안 나왔어. 아무래도 망한 것 같아요.
근데 저기 빅나 선수 아니에요? 닮은 사람 아니에요?
빅나 선수 혹시 좋은 아이디어 있어요?
사실 제가 대전 출신이어서 대전의 자랑 빅나 동상을 세우는 건 어떨까요?
대전의 자랑 바이퍼 아니야?
듣자하니 도저히 안 되겠다 싶더라고요. 결국 제가 나서기로 했습니다. 재미있게 놀 수 있는 여러 가지 프로그램, 그리고 여기서만 받아갈 수 있는 것.
드디어 퍼즐이 완성되는 느낌이더라고요.
팬분들은 결국 이런 걸 원하거든요. 대전에서 뵙겠습니다.
Every sky is a line I'm drawn. Cut by cut, mark by mark, my name forever in the stone.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the DB Promi Wonju Arena where it is Gen G up 2-0 against KT. That last game, again, a little bit harder to explain, but we could comfortably say that Gen G were in control until one big fight, then they really took over here.
I mean, I think that was a lot easier than game one. I think game two, it was clearly KT having the early game team comp and they failed to snowball.
Like Digon did yesterday, I think I'm going to be honest, I think I had a pretty good read on this series.
You did?
I did. I think I kind of predicted this outcome. And I'm not trying to kind of brag or say I knew it was going to happen, but you know, it's looking like it's going to be a 3-0. I think I kind of saw this one coming.
Wait. So don't you think that there is actually a perfect setup where KT can now reverse sweep Gen G like they did against DK and complete... Oh.
That's not what I predicted, Yankos. It's a 3-0.
Yeah.
My unique self-prediction that was only mine. I was the only one who knew Gen G would dominate. I mean, this series could look completely different if KT had won game one, right, and hadn't lost the momentum. Just like yesterday, I think if T1 had been able to actually make that comeback happen and actually secure game one, the momentum would have been totally different there. Now you have this second tough loss that you're going to have to cope with and recognize that reverse sweep. KT have been here before, though, right? They were down 0-2 against T+ and made it come back. Maybe they could do it again.
And for me, it's all about how do you really approach the game 3, because clearly the early game drafts didn't really work out. No. Game 1 was very close. They couldn't close out. Game 2, it was way more equal all around, and then they lost the fight, they lost the game. In my opinion, game 3, they need to go for scaling. They need to go for... They do have team fighting laps, but maybe some more of the more scaling side around the bot lane and the top lane. Maybe there's a hand, maybe open the side, maybe try to force this kind of matchup. And go into the mindset of, let's try to be equal in the early game, and let's try to play for team fighting, having a better comp.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it was all about the early game, you know. I think Senna, Nautilus, and Wukong having such a great late-game scaling option. I think KT had the timer on themselves to snowball early game. Otherwise, they couldn't really win the game. And I think that's what happened literally in this game.
Yeah, and uniquely, this squad has had a lot of experience in best of 5. So it's not like no one's been in this territory before. Even, you know, Effort, because of his longevity in his career, and Aiming, who's been on the losing side of the KT Best of 5 series as we dive into the highlights from that last one. It took a little while. 20 minutes into the game, or 22 minutes into the game here. It's the Nautilus getting caught out, and then KT trying to take a fight, but don't have the tools.
I mean, so much is used. Why are you equalizing the Nautilus at that 2% health? You use so much to kill the Nautilus, and now you don't have any tools, and your composition is relying on setting up for this Jhin, who doesn't have ult anymore as well.
I feel like the initial chunk is actually really good because you'd force Nautilus to base and you can still get position on the Dragon. But as you can see here, the setup is kind of there from KT, right? But Gen G has the flank on Keen, flank on Canyon, and Canyon just goes in and look at his HP bar. It doesn't really, he doesn't die because there's no equalizer. If you had Rumble ult there, magic damage melts Wukong, but physical damage is you know, just doesn't do enough, and Wukong not only gets the steal, but also gets away with it and gets a kill on the back of that, and that's just a disaster for KT.
Exactly. I think that was the right option to just chunk the Nautilus out, get the proper setup, and be ready to fight. But I think after using that equalizer, Genji already knew that even though we don't have the Nautilus, we're good to go here.
It's not like it's an unsealed Spellbook Nautilus that's going to TP back to the fight if he gets away. You could just be happy with the advantage you gained there, then hold on drag and use the equalizer for zoning.
Yeah, I think that's something that teams do when they are not super confident and they just kind of try to reach for more than they can chew.
Yeah, and then here, KT tried to do it the right way. Okay, we messed up the last Drake setup. Let's do it the right way through the bot lane here, but the engage timing is off.
So this was correct because they couldn't have the mid priority, so they go through the bot lane. But why do you have to engage like this after using Route W like that? Your team couldn't follow, engage was not on point, and you're not just getting the correct setup. It was just random engage from effort once again, and it's a complete failure to prepare the Drake.
My frustration with these two moments, which is a very similar concept, right, is it's a chase, it's a Jhin that's chasing, right? Like we're actually chasing this kill instead of using all the tools you have set up. You have Vi Rumble. Where's the Weaver's Wall? Where's the slow fight? Where's the setup that this comp is built for? It's not a pick comp, it's not a chase comp.
And again, it's in a very similar fashion. They see somebody out of position and they feel like they have to go now, they have to kill him. They can't just go with the setup, go with the slow fight, use their comp well.
Yeah, I really like the pre-plan, you know. I think you should know what's gonna happen next anyways, right? We do have Rel and Rumble. Guys, let's look for the setup and look for the team fight. But they didn't. They just look for the kill, hunt for the kill. That's not the point.
Well, it's 2 games now where KT's pre-plan has been good, but the execution has not. But guys, it's 2-0, and it is still ripe for a reverse sweep, which KT is known to do. Let's see what happens here in game number 3.
Thank you very much, gentlemen, for that breakdown of game number 2. And you're exactly right there, Digon. We are poised to do the KT special, where they just come back from the brink, like they did last week.
Tough task, tall ask, but it starts with this game.
Oh, I thought you were going to keep the rhyme.
That's
tough task, tall ask.
Drink from your flask?
Yeah, or let's go somewhere and bask. Yeah, I didn't have anything either, but I thought that maybe you'd be able to find some magic there.
Rhyming past 2 it gets harder and harder.
What, 3? Okay, the Varus is going to be taken away once again. We're going to have Orianna and the Cassiopeia, but we've got a bit of a side switch. KT this time, after a loss, have decided to go for first pick instead. And so the blue side will now belong to Genji, much like it did in game number 1.
Yeah, so we'll see how things evolve in terms of draft. In this one, KT backs against the wall. But at this point, the amount of picks taken away, we would see in a typical best of 3 that goes to 3 games in the LCK. So not too much pressure, I feel like, on anyone's champion pools as of yet. Going for the Vayne denial in this situation. A pick that Keen has had struggles on in his career, but then had a big resurgence on this season. Yep.
Yeah.
Bard once again denied from Duro. And the Jarvan was something that was retained as a Genji ban throughout the series. A bit of a Cuz special.
Yep, Nocturne is available as well. Was banned in the second game, but not the first. So we'll see where they do decide to go. I imagine Jarvan is probably still going to be the ban. And instead, the Ashe taken away.
Yeah, so denying away the potential for Ashe Seraphine. Ashe Seraphine Jarvan can be very powerful, but obviously with KT on first pick, they're not going to get all of it. But I think the thought process was, if you go Jarvan, it's awkward for us to go Ashe Seraphine because Jarvan's great into that, and we don't want you to get Jarvan Ashe Seraphine. So they give over the Jarvan. They're willing to do that, and looking to trade, first and foremost, looking at the Gnar, no Vayne, no Varus to play into it. Could have a pretty chill time in the top lane.
Yeah, it's a bit of a fun one. We often criticize blind Gnar, but with Fearless and the fact that there has been that Vayne ban, could be one of these options here for Keen, and he will be able to lock that one away. Now, Canyon can go for an answer to the Jarvan now, or they could take another priority pick if they would like to. It's around game 3 where we start to see earlier lock-ins of bottom lane, so it might be half a bottom lane that Canyon could decide to go with here, anticipating that Aiming and Effort could be locking in their champions. But instead, Neferi going to be picked up, and is going to be the choice into the J4.
I think it makes sense if you're leaving the J4. Neferi obviously does not feel really threatened by J4's very telegraphed CC that you can easily outplay. You can dash outside the Cataclysm, you can dash outside his Flag and Drag, or just go untargetable to Canyon. But a great game too. Gonna feel very confident on this pick. And now, KT just immediately slamming down Yunara Lulu. Thought process here is that Vi is gone, Nautilus is gone. They deny the Lulu Neferi combo that we've seen be quite potent. Also, if you're sharp in the Lulu ult, you can interrupt the dash of the ult of Neferi, provide that peel. So they're putting a lot of eggs into the aiming basket here. And I think in this situation, Gen.G probably just going to pick up a mid for Chovy.
Lissandra, without anything showing, would be a crazy choice here. We saw it yesterday. Faker actually having a turnaround performance on that one.
So we were saying, point-and-click CC's been taken away with Nautilus and Lissandra gone. Nautilus and Vi gone. Lissandra is point-and-click CC, but is cleansable, which is one of the weaknesses it has. But we've seen the priority of this pick rising in solo queue from a lot of the pros have been playing Lissandra top, Lissandra support even, with Imperial Mandate syncing so well with her kit. So Chovy gonna get his hands on that. And he gets to build Rocket Belt as well. Feel great about it.
What do you mean he gets to build Rocket Belt? Like, he could play Yone, he'll build Rocket Belt.
You're not wrong.
That's just how it would go. As Caitlyn going to be taken away, the Aurora going to be removed as the answer to this Lissandra theoretically. And possible now to stick towards some top lane bans, perhaps for holding on to some extra safety for the Gnar. But maybe they just don't really care too much about it. Obviously, Keen would be confident in the Renekton matchup that we have seen actually picked into Gnar and the other way around. This seems to be a bit of a gentleman's agreement. I actually think Renekton would be very strong for KT in this draft.
Oh, the respect ban towards BDD Zoe makes a lot of sense. And for this last ban from KT, are you more worried about like a Xayah Rakan? I mean, Xayah into Jarvan doesn't feel good, so I guess not. MF maybe is something you get rid of, just a strong AD carry. Corki, we haven't seen that much of, but can get out of the Cataclysm. We saw a lot of Corki into the Yunara, but without Nami, feels a lot weaker now. I mean, Nami still exists, but the Imperial Mandate synergy with her is gone. Lucian going to come through his ban, so no Lucian Milio. And here, I mean, honestly, you could even go like Callista in this situation, I feel.
Well, that's a possibility. They do kind of want damage. I mean, I know there's a Neferi, does do a lot, but Lissandra isn't a massive amount.
I think you have enough across the composition.
I guess so. As Rula, going to go back to his roots here. Bit of a grin from Duro there as well, as the Xayah is going to be locked away. No ability to take away the Rakan, as that Lulu is already locked in.
Yeah, so I mentioned the prospect of this, but I thought it wasn't something they'd definitely go for, specifically because you're into the Jarvan, but they end up committing anyway. Xayah Rakan likely going to be the combo for Gen.G, and we're going to see Perfect pick up the Renekton into the Gnar. We've seen this matchup so many times. The Renekton does have that early pressure, but will get outskilled in the side lane. LCK Renekton's pretty good at applying that early pressure when Gnar's range is short. And now the mid lane pick for BDD.
And so the Ahri pick feels awkward, right? Lissandra often picked into the Ahri, so that doesn't feel like the way you want to go. Instead, going to be more focused on the later game team fights with a lot of scaling damage on this Victor.
I thought it'd be something like Azir or Victor in this situation. Just play at a distance, be that secondary carry. But when they do inevitably just focus down aiming, ends up going for the Victor. So one little concern with that is that level 6, there was a lot of threat from that enemy mid-jungle. It's 2 targeted ults. There's no outplay potential if they just both press R onto you and you are on a mobile mid-lane mage. That can be a bit vulnerable. So I think for Gen.G, I think in terms of their composition, they have a lot of engage power on that mid-jungle, but they need to get the ball rolling. These are both picks that kind of are feast or famine in the Neferi and the Lissandra. And you also, as much as you have the Xayah as like a late game carry, it's into Jarvan and Lulu. And if he just cataclysms you, and then there's a wild growth as well for follow-up, that can be a tough time.
Yeah.
This is definitely not the easiest composition for Gen.G to pilot. It's going to come a lot down to their mid-jungle being successful. And then the other side, I think it's just scale up and play around aiming being strong and Victor being strong. Make sure you don't fall prey to early shenanigans from this Lissandra and Neferi. Just don't fall behind too much for KT. And I think you should be strong in the team fights.
See what they can do here, as I think that this is a decent opportunity for KT to try and make their way back. You mentioned already, I think that as far as the draft is concerned, they are feeling pretty fantastic. So it has to be just that turnaround of momentum, right? So much of what happens in like situations where you're 0-2 down, it's not about the draft. It's about whether or not you can get your heads back into the game and make something happen. KT did so well in game number 1, gonna need to replicate it. All right, here we are, potentially the final game of this series. And just to remind everyone, the winner of this goes on to face T1 for the final ticket to Daejeon and to MSI. That is why we called this tournament Road to MSI, because afterwards you get to MSI.
Yeah.
Although actually, shouldn't we have renamed it? Because it looked like it's a train track to MSI.
Yeah.
Based on our little train. Not actually a road.
But also, last year, it was MSI was abroad, so...
Ah, true. So you'd have to take a plane.
Yeah, or a boat, I guess.
Yeah. So it's like, it's voyage to MSI.
Yeah.
Last year. Now it's like train to MSI.
Can you voyage not on a boat?
I think so.
What's the limit? Because you wouldn't... Would you go on a train?
Can't you voyage anywhere? In any way? Or is it a boat type thing? I think you have to be on a vessel of some kind.
Yeah, but if someone said, oh, I'm going on a voyage to Daejeon and they were getting on a train, wouldn't you be like, is that a voyage?
Yeah.
It does sound a bit weird.
I don't actually know what the clear definition of voyage is. Because is it just a synonym to journey, you know?
It does feel like it has a more specific use case.
That's a very good point. That being said, Journey has put into my mind that KT fans need to not stop believing.
That's very true.
And we'll see whether they do.
We did see Cuz invading heavily, trying to challenge the Raptors, but missed out. And now Canyon has taken his Raptors. And I actually like this move. He doesn't go for the red. He just immediately goes for the Krugs, which is kind of hidden. Can take this and should hit level 3 as well. So if he needs to fight over the red, he can, or he can just dip out.
Yeah, that's what he's going to look to do as Cuz gets the information, realizes that his Krugs are no longer there, and now Canyon actually wrapping around looking for BDD. BDD's wise to it and is going to be able to get back underneath his turret as Cuz still has an idea as to where Canyon is. Canyon will finally back away, and it looks like the red buff will go over to Cuz in the end. Canyon still a little bit ahead as far as the tempo is concerned. Flipping over this wall over and over again, and there is dagger number 1 going to connect. Perfect moves down though. That should mean that Rift Scuttler is going to go over to Cuz here on this top side.
I think the start was pretty good from Canyon, but I think he spent a lot of time hovering around trying to look for the red buff when Cuz was already there. And I think if he'd just gone from Krog straight to his jungle, would have been better off. I think as well because Perfect had that early prio, couldn't really contest the Scuttle. And now you have a situation where Canyon really wants to be clearing through his jungle, which is obviously, he's in a good position because he has all those camps up. But for Cuz, he really wants to get something done, whether it's get this Scuttle or get a gank off, because he just doesn't have much to do right now. And you can see he's beelining towards the bot side of the map. He would love to be able to get a gank in here onto Ruler or Guro.
Yeah, that's going to be his target. You can see moving over towards that Tri-Brush now. As Dura actually moving aggressively. This could be an opportunity for Cuz as he's now looking for the enemy Krugs. Canyon going to spot him here.
Yeah, Canyon now up in level. So Cuz does actually smite there and managed to equalize.
Decent move, but it is going to be Rift Scuttler over to Cuz here.
Yeah. So Cuz was trying to get something to happen there, just at least take away the Krugs and respond a bit. I think Canyon just lost out on some time trying to contest the Scuttle and hanging around on the top side. Could have maybe been a situation where Cuz was cut out more of the game if he'd played it a bit faster, but either way, both junglers in a fine position.
Yep, not doing too badly as the Gromp has now respawned over on Cuz's side. Head over there if he wants to, but the Raptors are going to be his priority. BDD having a very good time in this lane so far. And Chovy not going to be able to fully equalize the minions with a full clear on this one, as he does actually go in there.
Ow.
Yeah, that's it's a lot of...
Yeah, not having the easiest time in lane so far on the Lissandra into the Victor. Victor has been bullying out all of the matchups we've seen him into in early levels. But we're approaching level 6 for Chovy, and that is a point where things really get scary for the Victor, when there's a threat of just being ulted whenever Chovy goes in. Canyon not quite there yet, but those two in unison will be a major threat.
Not to mention just Canyon showing up and then having a CC target to hit double daggers into. That feels like a lot of damage. And maybe not something that BDD can handle. Right now he is able to go back, grabs himself a lost chapter, and feels very, very good about how the lane state is looking. Flash at the ready. And KT moving themselves into a slight advantage, but they also have a composition that scales like a fine wine. And I think that they are going to be feeling pretty happy with how this this game is positioned right now.
I'd agree. We see Canyon moving in, but is spotted on a lot of vision in this situation.
As control ward, something that BDD does want to protect, but the death rate not going to land. Just be cleared out. Moving over, the Lulu has been one of his better picks in the past, as the Claw of Doom is not going to be fully followed there by Chovy. He gets him out of the gravity well. Canyon moves in. So Frozen Tomb at the ready here for Chovy.
Yeah, I was going to say, will we get a contest in this Dragon, but I think the ult from BDD forces Chovy back. Perfect. Doing what he's done so many times this season, moving down when he has Prio. The bot lane Prio as well means it's his first Dragon pickup for KT. Chemtech Dragon as well, so no Chemtech Soul feels pretty good.
Yeah, next one going to be a Cloud. So a few options as far, like, could be another Ocean. That would probably be the worst, but otherwise everything is pretty pretty interesting as far as the Dragon options. House goes wide. But Keen having a pretty good time in this matchup, although he is behind a little bit actually on farm. Things look like they're going way better for the Gnar though, as far as how the play was looking in the trades. Chovy, yep, gonna have to claw his way out, and will be able to do so. Obviously, Lissandra not exactly picked for her prowess in the laning phase. It's a lot more about how you can set up fights and create space for especially Ruler
and you know,
try and dominate.
It was actually Lissandra that BDD played in Game 5 that upset last year in playoffs when KT took down Gen G.
Oh, there you go.
So that was the last really significant Lissandra game I remember when we got some big flanks from BDD on the Hextech Soul. It was actually Ruler who went ballistic in that game as well, I believe. Which is why it came up with great effect, so...
Yep. Has often been a pretty good option into that one. As Effort takes a lot of damage from Ruler here, playing with his feathers pretty effectively. Into a little bit of an advantage. I think that aiming should be able to equalize pretty comfortably. Pops that Q. Everything is going to be all right, although he is taking a lot of damage here from this Xayah. Ruler is so incredibly aggressive.
Yeah, and then a lot of pressure there. Should be able to get the Crystalline Overgrowth next wave pushed in, get that bit of gold from that first plate.
That gravity field goes down. There was a claw put in position, but we're going to watch Canyon and Cuz fighting over these grubs right now. First one should be going over to Canyon. We'll see how confident he is to lock down the next couple. Does still have Smite. As right now, Chovy gonna have to deal with that gravity well. Is gonna get stunned up as the Arcane Storm does come down. Battle Dance is decent. Canyon goes into the sky. He just flips over towards his blue buff. And now the last two grubs should be going over here as Slice Dice from Perfect. He has the Dominus there as well. There's no hop left for Keen. He has Flash, but so does Perfect, and he decides not to pull the trigger. Just pushes the Gnar out of the way.
Forces him out of lane, doesn't have to burn his Flash. I think if he goes for that, there's a risk Keen flashes too. He's happy just applying that pressure. We'll get a plate as well for his trouble and remains healthy, which means even though Canyon's here, they cannot make a play onto this full health Renekton.
Yeah, Keen now able to at least walk up. That Gnar is in an okay spot where he will be able to get a bit of health back, but it is still feeling worrying. As you can see why. Like, Perfect, happy to pick the Renekton into this matchup against the Gnar that we have seen Gnar picked into for so many years. The Renekton has been having a little bit of a resurgence in this one.
Absolutely. I feel like that's the thing, is like when we started the season, it was Gnar being picked into Renekton and just having a great time, and then our top laners have just really been finding success on the Renekton in the early levels, even up to this point. And as much as the late scaling can come in, there we go.
Frozen Tomb comes in, and now the combo. BDD in a lot of trouble. Battle Dance quickness, the charm is great, but BDD gets his health bar back with the wild growth. And KT are able to save their mid laner and hold on to his flash.
That's the crazy thing. He doesn't even have to flash there. Effort comes in to save him. And those two big budget ultimates, three actually, with the quickness as well, burn to try and get BDD. And they end up being unsuccessful.
Double Dragon now potentially on the cards. Minute and a half until that one is up. So I guess they will have a few buttons back by that stage. But Effort having to run away.
I think it's just one of those situations that if you'd gotten the flash, you'd feel so much better about this dragon fight in a minute and your odds for it.
Oh, aiming and Ruler fighting against one another. Getting out of the way of the feathers is aiming. Definitely an intelligent maneuver there, as Ruler's going to have to get the heck out of there. Double summon is available for both of these bottom laners, but aiming really getting control of the wave for now.
Yeah, the power of the ultimate so big there in this matchup as well, because it gives you that dash to outplay the feathers, and aiming puts the pressure down. He's going to look for a recall. Oh, the cycle!
Yeah, cycle value gets the Feather Storm out of Ruler. Yet another big cooldown. It is not going to be there for the dragon fight in 40 seconds time.
Yeah, I mean, if we look at the ultimates, the 3 that were burnt onto BDD should be up and available in time, but Rulers certainly will not. And that really makes you wonder if they're going to feel confident to go for a fight around it, or if KT can just pick up a second. BDD is going to pop his ultimate just to get more pressure down on Chovy. Been a lot of ulting for lane pressure in this game.
I always associate it with Doinby. I feel like Doinby used to do this all the time, even in his first few years, where you just pick Victor and then ult wave, ult enemy, just ult for priority, and it's been happening from everyone ever since.
If I'm being honest, I feel like after last game when Chovy was just anti-ulting onto the BDD,
yeah,
kind of asking for it.
True.
We do have Cyclo Sword came in for Canyon. This is a pretty big spike on the Fury.
Oh, this doesn't have his yet. Obviously never going to have a Cyclo Sword, but doesn't have his Sundered Sky either. As Perfect now waiting in this Tri-Brush, just wanting to grab onto this wave. Keen doesn't really want him to do this, but Keen will have to go back to the wave if he wants to be able to farm it. So Perfect not feeling too worried, just taking a little bit of harass and will otherwise be all right. As aiming and Ruler fighting once again. There is the quickness as Duro not quite able to get on top of aiming, who presses a whole bunch of buttons, gets shielded up by Effort. Still has his barrier, but now doesn't have flash.
Oh, Chovy doesn't have TP though. He's recalling. So he's going to stick around. Aiming's a great target now. With no flash, no ult.
Yeah.
Chovy can just go in, root him, and self-ult. He's fine.
Wild Growth is there for Effort, so maybe that's going to be an angle, but the Claw not going to be taken there. So Chovy just going to be backing away. And there is the Drake secured by KT. Another Mountain Soul this game.
Yeah, the TP is enough to ward them away. Keen's just going to pick up some pressure in the top lane, try and close that gap between him and Perfect. And Genji opt to not take the fight, which feels risky when you're playing into this Yanara, Lulu, Victor, that you're giving so much time to KT. Even though it's even in gold, the fact they have 2 dragons, Soul is so far away if it's going to be Genji's. And if it's KT's, then that's a whole another problem.
Well, Ruler has a decent advantage as far as money and plates are concerned. Has actually taken one towards that bottom side. Aiming now, parking himself in the top lane as we do see Cuz looking for an angle towards Canyon, Keen, and Duro. And aiming is rotating around now. That is Duro getting over there. The polymorph doesn't really do too much though, as he'd already made it out. So KT just trying to put on as much pressure as they can. Does really feel like they've moved to the front foot as we have entered this mid game now. Perfect here. This bottom lane just trying to deal with Chovy as best he can. A little bit more difficult for Renekton.
Yeah, so much spam from Lissandra. It's not doing a ton of damage to him, but it is just annoying.
Yep, not to mention she yells at you all the time.
Yeah. Also very difficult to ever really pressure him as a Renekton. So because kind of being annoying right now. Very specifically.
And successfully.
Yeah.
Very nicely done. Throwing flags around, things like that. Effort going to recharge the wards. And KT still just taking it slow and steady. Gold lead, though, doesn't exist for either team. And you mentioned already, KT very happy because they have the Dragons. They also have the majority of Grubs. Neutral objectives have been going their way.
So a big thing in this game is I was talking about the mid-jungle needing to get a head start for Chovy and Canyon and get some momentum. They really haven't. And we now have the Mikhail for Effort. So the Lissandra value has just immediately dropped quite substantially with that being a thing. And it doesn't actually matter that much if you're fed enough because the damage is still there when you do your combo. But when you're not ahead of the curve and you pop your ultimate and it just instantly gets cleansed, it's going to feel way worse for Chovy.
Oh, there is the Frozen Tomb. Claw actually doing a lot of work here as Canyon comes on over, ults for the finish. As Perfect does get a bunch of his health back there with the Cull the Meek, but that is still going to be the kill, going over to the Nefiri. And first blood, finally, here at 15 minutes.
Bit of a slow starter. We will see KT in response get some damage onto this tower and take a lot of gold into Aiming's pockets. We do see the response is going to be Chovy on the other side of the map, but a lot slower.
Yeah.
This tower and a Herald as bonus for KT, so I think KT feeling pretty happy about this one.
Yeah, I think you'll smile at the cross map, as that is going to be Aiming now securing that turret like you were talking about, and closes the gap between himself and Ruler pretty considerably. Ruler also taking some harassment here from BDD on this Victor, who has had a relatively quiet game so far, but we know the damage potential of this Victor is going to be very, very high. Not to mention the resets, expanding his Storm, and getting a whole lot of value as this game goes on.
I think obviously the Victors are mobile, so if you get on top of him, you can explode him. You have the CC to do so. But if you're just laning against him, there's no one who really feels comfortable doing that on the side of Gen G. He just keeps slamming lasers at you and making it a difficult situation. So Rulers felt the brunt of that, Chovy has as well. And no one's really feeling too keen about matching up into DDD right now.
Apart from Keen, because I think Keen's always feeling keen.
True.
That's my last one.
Keen, but maybe not happy.
Yeah, I'll try to stop with the dad jokes as best I can. I cannot.
It's in your nature.
I can't. Yeah, I can't help my status.
You even have an excuse now.
I know. Although I don't think anything would have changed whether or not I had become a father, regardless. But Gen G now just trying to play some defense. It's KT. Just searching for cracks, you know, trying to get in there, trying to make something happen. So, and 35 seconds until this next dragon. That is probably where the next fight will happen.
That's the big thing. All summoners are available, apart from Keen's Flash. And for Gen G, getting on these key backliners, the Victor and the Yunara is super important. So finding flank angles, good angles of approach is really important.
Why did Keen's Flash just go on cooldown?
I think that must be a spectator, bro. It was on cooldown before.
Oh, was it?
Yeah.
All right. It looked like he just flashed.
I did just say, everyone has a flash apart from Keen.
Yeah.
And if you look, it's also like, it's
going faster than it should. Yeah, okay. That was a little bit
visual error. But Gen G, want to find good backline access. They do have a ward actually behind. You can see near the mid tower. This is like a prime TP flank ward. You can see right next to Cuz there. So if KT overextend, that's what they might pounce on.
Oh, Canyon looking for a little bit of an angle here, but doesn't find any of the daggers. And it looks like Gen G not going to be able to remove this control ward that has been holding a lot of power for KT. Being able to slink between mid lane and the river. Ruler in a decent spot. Does have some feathers down now, but you can see Aiming. I think he's ready. I think he feels like he wants to have a bit of a fight now.
Yeah, remember there's a Herald as well for KT. It's like a bonus.
Battle Herald?
Battle Herald has potential. Could also just throw it down mid to force Gen G to respond.
Cuz now just going to be throwing flags around. Effort taking a lot of damage from these little doggos.
Yeah. I gotta say, Canyon is pretty farmed, pretty far ahead of Cuz. Level 12 on the Nefiri.
Ooh, Chovy does get the circle down. There's a Cataclysm Wild Growth combo as Cuz immediately gets out of there. Interruption on the grand entrance is decent as the Frozen Tomb gets McHale's immediately, like you were talking about. Gen G's health bar is just going lower and lower as there is the Featherstorm. Aiming finds the Arc of Ruin, but it is not enough to get any kills. Still, they push Gen G away, but KT are also looking a little worse for wear, even if they do get control of the pit.
Crazy that no one died in that passage of play, but Gen G getting focused down first. They're trying to contest this though. Canyon.
Yeah, dealt with the Slurkle. He's in here a little early, you could say, as now doesn't have the untarget ability. The teleport back in as Keen's coming on over. That is going to be the secure of the Drake from Gen G. Denying that soul point from KT is now BDD looking for the Chovy angle as he gets the claw down, disappears. And now BDD wanting to find more. Is the death ray going to be there? The grand entrance just to be a hero. And he does save Chovy, but Duro dies in the process.
Now Keen and Canyon looking though.
Yep, Gravity Well does come on through here as Canyon bounces over the wall. The Gravity Field not doing much of anything at all as the Hyper Proc starting to come in, and maybe the KT overextension has begun as Chovy gets his immediate revenge, although he doesn't get an assist.
Pretty heavy cost to pay. You could see BDD frustrated that they weren't able to get more kills out of that fight, and he burns his flash to make that play happen, which is just a 1-for-1. This is after the initial fight has already happened, which was super close. The combat herald gets thrown down because Cuz considering the option of going in for the smite and using that as an out, but in the end, the smite comes through and Genji just disengaged. BDD trying to kill Chovy here. Duro goes for the heal and then shields. Oh
no! The aiming face check as, you know, he tried to press ult and barrier and stuff like that and get himself out of the way as there's the reset as Canyon looks for some daggers onto Effort, who almost just dies from the initial hit.
I mean, at this point, with the Cyclo Sword Black Cleaver, you're so strong on Neferi. The cooldowns extremely low, you just flip every like 3 seconds.
Yep, bouncing around the battlefield.
Yeah, you have the shred and that percentage HP damage on the Cyclo Sword. He's so strong right now, and if he targets aiming, if he targets BDD, and they go down, I feel like KT's chances of winning a fight just plummet.
Already looking worrying here as the flash out from Ruler. Cataclysm for flash. KT will take that one, but there is still a lot further up to go.
Yeah, a good summon of the bin.
Oh dear. Wait. Solidarity, I guess, from aiming support. His Effort's just dead.
Guys, that brush isn't worth it.
Yeah, let's not go into that brush anymore, KT.
I don't know what the obsession is, but whatever it is, it's not worth it.
Aiming's like, I dropped my candy. I dropped my candy in that brush. Effort, could you go get it for me? As Chovy going to be able to claw his way out of here. That is going to be the tower falling down in mid lane and the whole map opening up for Genji. Oh dear. Maybe Pony wasn't correct. Maybe I'm understanding why it's so hard to explain.
Yeah.
All right, aiming. Slothful does come on in as the Frozen Tomb down as well. And Michaels is moving forward as aiming is looking for an opportunity here as Ruler off to the side. Death Ray not going to quite do enough there, but at least Chovy's going to get pushed away.
You know what I find really interesting?
What do you find really interesting?
Is that we've had Lissandra come quite heavily back in the meta. Not so much, we haven't seen a ton of it yet, but we've seen all the pros playing it. But the build is Blackfire Torch, Rocket Belt, then Imperial Mandate. You don't get Imperial Mandate till third.
Yeah.
So Chovy, this is just normal Lissandra. Nothing's changed.
It's just it.
Yeah. But playable now, because once you get 3 items, it's different.
And also it adds vulnerability, right? So
no, I mean, I'm not denying it's a good 3 item. It's just funny that you play 22 minutes without it.
And I think it's kind of cool that even though he's the only magic source, it's still fine. You know, like some other builds can feel a little bit awkward because like Black Cleaver, for example, and then you've got a bunch of magic damage dealers and you're like, well, what am I doing this for? Whereas the Lissandra definitely very happy to just be boosting damage in general. The rest of his teammates, very cute. But 2 items are now done here for Ruler. And Chovy is just kind of messing with them, is what it looks like at the moment, as Canyon goes up into the sky to try and avoid the Arcane Storm, but BDD still doing a lot of damage here, as there's the knock-up onto Duro. Cuz looking for the angle there, but he's got Battle Dance. I think Duro's going to be just fine.
I don't think Canyon is.
Canyon is. Yeah, I think he might just be very dead. As he throws some daggers around, there is a cute little polymorph, and that is BDD locking down the kill.
I feel like the Fury is one of these champions where you're so mobile, so hard to pin down, that it just makes you think there's no way they could ever catch me, even if I'm at the enemy Krugs, and then you die.
Yeah, because you were at the enemy Krugs.
This happened yesterday as well.
Yeah, Krugs were a difficult part of the map yesterday.
Specifically at Road to MSI, Krugs are a focal point. And it feels like they're buffed.
Yeah.
We had that last year as well.
So fantastic that in the final series we have the Krug Lord waiting.
Oh, yeah.
When yesterday it did feel a little bit like Ona was trying to steal his title. Chovy clears out that wave and will be now going back. We'll see how close to the Imperial Mandate he is. But 2 seconds on this Dragon. Another soul point attempt for KT.
Oh, he went straight for the Seek's Arm Guard. He wants power now.
I'll see whether he can find it. Aiming on this Dragon, charging up that Q quite nicely is Keen. He's got the Mega Narbar kind of working out for him as the Arcane Storm goes down onto Chovy. Cataclysm, but the Claw manages to get him out of there. And now the quickness has come on through. Turo looking for a bit of an angle, but he's very squishy. Gets knocked up. Perfect makes it into the back line. And down goes Keen for the first kill of the fight. Chovy makes his way forward, ults himself, and takes the dragon. And then breaks the arm guard, but is still not out of dodge just yet. Takes the claw. Now he is. Rule ults backwards for some reason. And now Perfect is the target. Coldami comes through, but now Ruler is going to get punished for that initial mistake. And KT are closing in. The death ray doesn't do it, but the Q does. And BDD may have just opened the door to a Baron attempt for KT.
A critical error from Ruler. The Feather Storm in the wrong direction allows KT to chase, to approach with no threat, and they manage to clean up the kills. And now looking for Canyon. If they can deny him, the Baron is free. They get some good poke down on the BDD, and is that enough? Is it enough to ward them away from the objective? Or are they just going to TP back in with full health bars? That's the question.
Yeah.
No, I think they back off.
All right, let's have a look at this fight one more time.
So Keen's on the cusp of Meganar, and he's ready to go with this. We initially get the Cataclysm onto Chovy, which feels like a weird target priority. Keen jumps in and then just gets shredded down. After he goes for the ultimate, he gets focused down after that. Chovy then securing the dragon and buying a ton of time here basically allows him to pull off a heist, because he can disengage out of this with his flash. But then Ruler here ends up ulting the wrong way. I think he was just trying to respond to potential flash polymorph from Effort. But the fact it's the wrong way means, look at the positioning of all of KT. They're running forward to where the feathers would have been. They cannot do that if those feathers are there. And the end result is Gen.G losing out in the fight.
And now KT haven't started the Baron just yet, but they do have positional advantage around the area as that ward is going to get swept. Mortal Reminder is now completed. Third item done for Ruler. But there is, oh man, we are so close to an Infinity Edge, and I think Aiming has it, as he is going to go back to base now. So there is the IE. 3 items apiece for both of our carries, but it does feel like Aiming does so much if he can ever actually hit squishies. And everyone is kind of a squishy on Gen.G's side. So it feels very good to be the Yunara at this point in the game. And I do feel like Aiming has been probably one of our most, if not the most, successful Yunara players this season.
Yep, definitely remember that pentakill he got earlier in the season.
Yeah. So certainly in a great position to carry this one. 1,000 gold, still the lead for Gen.G though.
It still feels so delicate. It's only 1,000 gold lead, 2 dragons apiece, so Soul is miles away. And both teams, I mean, Azaya is always going to be strong, but you're under threat because of the Jarvan. The Neferi is very strong, but might have a tough time in this composition. But this Victor and Yunara are just scaling up to be absolute monsters.
3 items now completed for BDD as well. Going to be an interesting fight.
It's also a very bulky Victor with the Blood Ladders and the Rocket Belt.
Yeah, yeah, just like a lot of, I guess, extra, like, fun defensive stats. And the Claw going to come on through there, but Cuz able to walk himself out of the way, so it's not going to be a target.
Extra fun defensive stats.
Well, you know, it's just, it still does a positive offensive thing, but you can just get some for fun defensive stats. It's not a defensive item, it's got some fun defensive stats. As Canyon is going to have to play some for fun defensive, get out of there, and does do that. Goes up into the sky and escapes.
So what you're saying is a pure tank item is not fun?
No, it's not. Would you say that a pure tank item is fun?
I think it depends on the tank item. Heartsteel is definitely fun.
Would you say that's a pure defensive item?
No.
Exactly. Sunfire Cape, bit more fun. Does also do some damage. So that is going to be a steal here for Canyon. Ults in on top of Cuz. Perfect is there, trying to play some defense, but Cuz has to flag and drag his way out. Then takes the wrong way around these wolves as Ruler gets Arcane Stormed. As BDD looking to chase them down, gets the dash cannon towards Chovy, using his own technology against him. Such a Victor thing to do.
And they're all going to reset and give up a lot of control off the map. I was thinking maybe KT sweep in and not start the Baron, but get control of the area, but a reset comes through instead. Maybe we're out of wards. Actually, Dragon up in 30 seconds, so that'll be the priority for now. But a tense game at this point.
All right, only 1,000 gold in it. And at 30 minutes, that means less than nothing.
Canyon is going to move up and get some vision in the Baron area before they move over to Dragon. KT make their way straight there. And this does put things in a little bit of a delicate spot since KT haven't gotten any vision at all towards the top side, but it looks like both teams are just looking towards this third dragon. Gen G making their way, wrapping around the bot side of the map where Keen is trying to stack up his Mega Bar.
This is where the vision is for Gen G with that control ward down. They also have the irremovable vision here from the Rift Scuttler that now just dissipates.
Jovi's just clearing out mid wave. He does have TP, but he's a little late.
Yep, they do start this one up as Canyon bounces over that wall. Keen with a great Naba position right now as Chovy still biding his time, hasn't committed to moving on over. As BDD, be careful, he's going rogue. The rest of Gen G now holding onto the Drake. They do not let it reset as now the predominance here from Perfect as he gets into the back of the pit. Duro going to be his target, at least for the moment, as Keen was looking to try and make his way in, but there is the Drake secured. That is Soul Point over to Gen G. The flash out of his own Cataclysm for Cuz, but now the AoE flies forward. Aiming was free hitting. He gets ulted by Keen and then just dashes away, flashes out, but it's the Lulu that goes down first. Aiming trying his best to get this damage down as he dashes in on top of Keen and then is immediately punished by Chovy. The double kill for the Lysandra, and KT, they still have BDD, there's still a lot of damage, but they've only gotten one kill so far in this fight. Canyon goes up into the sky, and Perfect and BDD, not enough to take him down.
Such a precarious fight there. Felt like Cuz's ultimate, the Cataclysm, got so much value, trapping Chovy and Keen, but it just wasn't quite enough. Their focus was so heavily on aiming, not allowing him to play the game. And Gen G able to not only secure the dragon, but get a convincing fight win as well.
Man, I was kind of feeling like KT were positioned to make that front-to-back work, but let's have a look why it didn't.
Yeah, so it's really funny how it pans out because Chovy goes in after the polymorph has already been burned, Keen as well, but they just get both cataclysmed here and end up trapped in with the Arcane Storm, yeah. And then Canyon has to dip away on low HP. But we see the quickness from Duro, occupying time allows Chovy to move up, then Keen gets some damage down. It's just the juggling of health here that allows Ruler to push forward and finish off the enemy AD carry. Their focus point was so much on aiming, and they successfully take him down, but you look at how low the health bars are. Things could have gone a little bit different, and that could have been KT's team fight, you got to think for sure.
Well, let's see whether KT can make something happen now, as they have moved to a pretty considerable deficit, and that is Mountain Soul Point for Gen G with triple mountains already stacked up. I mean, if you thought that they didn't have a tank before, which is something that I actually said, I think everyone's a tank now.
Yeah, I mean,
so never mind.
Canyon has a QSS and 105 magic resist.
My
the
God.
mountains plus that. 131 armor with just plated steel caps. The worst is when you look at the 80 carry resist. That's when it always...
Especially when you look at them side by side.
Yeah.
That's kind of ridiculous.
So definitely getting a lot of value. Duro also buying the new buffed Knight's Vow.
Yeah. As his Zeke's already. That's all right, Chovy. Very safe as the Lysandra. You can just claw your way out of almost any situation.
And right now, KT in a delicate spot because aiming no flash. Ruler still has his. You can't just Cataclysm the enemy Xayah. And aiming can definitely be a focused target.
And he doesn't quite have his Last Whisper item completed just yet.
Yeah, Ruler with 133 armor with just plated steel caps is a little bit insane.
Yeah, Chovy with 160 as well himself, so feeling pretty good about that one. Canyon gonna look to try and start up this Baron by the looks of things. And yeah, there are feathers being thrown at it as we speak, down to 50%. My goodness, they do a lot of damage. As Cuz flagging a dragon towards Duro, as Chovy now holding Perfect in place. Will be able to get himself out of there. Effort is moving over. Does have the polymorph in hand. Let's see whether they can lock him down. The flash forward as Perfect looks to try and take him out, but he can buy so much time for himself. Frozen Tomb does come down, and there's a Ring of Frost as well as the rest of Gen G. They're going to show up in time, and Perfect desperation as he dives forward. And now Keen takes matters into his own hands. A double for Ruler, who's yelling Penta, Penta, Penta. He'll take the triple, at least for now, as BDD and Effort need to escape to try and deny all of them being on the floor. As Gen G looking for another date at MSI and another date with T1 in order to get there.
And KT think they've caught Chovy, but he's able to buy so much time in this situation. Perfect trying to get on top of him. Not the easiest thing to do as a Renekton, but they're moving over, and it's just buying so much time in this situation. doesn't use his stasis early because he waits for everyone else to get in range. Self-ult into Rocket Belt. Even had the Zhonya still, but dashes away. And the other thing that's huge here is, even though the wild growth interrupted the Neferi, Duro's so patient with his grand entrance. He waits until aiming dashes and then instantly locks him down. The follow-up is there from Keen, and aiming goes down once again. Gen.G, 8,000 gold lead, and so close to taking that final Nexus of the day.
Yeah, and this was looking so incredibly close. It was down to the wire, and now it is anything but that. This is a ridiculous lead that Gen.G have built up for themselves. The Rebel Baron power play is only at 1,500 for the moment. They've wiped out every single outer turret, and the inhibitors are the only things still defended so far for KT, who are now circling the drain. Canyon going to be taking down this dragon, and that is going to be Mountain Soul with quad Mountain Drakes. And I'd say that that is probably a decent way to win the game.
It's pretty good. It's pretty nice. It's
pros column. Put that one in the pros column.
For sure. It's going to make it very hard for KT, who already has such a deficit, to cut through these members of Gen.G.
All right, looking for the angle there. There's the wild growth on to Ruler, who gets the protection, and KT just do not have the options. Chovy turns it into an engage as he self-ults onto the turret. They take down effort, but Duro's dead as well. There goes Ruler, and now it's Aiming's turn to try and get this damage down. BDD getting the work done himself as he can walk through the base gate. The death ray is named well as Keen will go down, and Perfect just slinks away. Only Canyon and Chovy left alive, and maybe we spoke a little too soon about KT's demise.
And Gen.G think they found the turnaround play after they go for the engage onto Ruler, but Ruler just steps up a little too far, and they end up getting punished in that situation. KT able to at least buy some time on this game. We'll see the replay. This was a full commit here to try and make sure Ruler cannot press R. The flag and drag into flash, and then the immediate polymorph, but they're able to peel for him. But then they play so far forward, Ruler steps up and ends up getting clipped there by the laser into the follow-up from Cuz to take him down. And without that Xayah, suddenly the damage feels a bit lacking for Gen.G. You see Canyon nearly takes down Perfect, but it would only be into the GA anyway, but he does just back off.
Effort needs to be a little bit careful here as we jump back to live, but he's going to be all right as now Chovy looking for an angle towards BDD. BDD is very frightening though, 4-1 and 5. And almost has his death cap completed for item number 4.
The one thing of that last fight is, even though it stopped the Baron push from Gen.G and it bought some time, it didn't drastically change the state of the game. Still a Mountain Soul of Gen.G, still 8,000 gold lead. And Ruler, Chovy, and Canyon still have flashes. We have no flashes on the side of KT. So it's going to be a delicate position, because we've seen how laser-focused Gen.G are on punishing aiming. When he doesn't have that flash available, it's going to be an even easier target. And you can't just Cataclysm Ruler in response and expect that to win you the fight. This is the delicate point of the game for KT, and obviously the series as well.
Exactly. Remember, this is, if you want to go to Daejeon, and this is what you have to overcome. KT, they lose this, they are just going straight home. No more MSI prospects, no date with T1 tomorrow. Gen.G, they'll be the ones that have to contend with that one, as Chovy actually goes in, finds a dash cannon there, Frozen Tomb on a Cuz, does get McHale's. Will be able to get himself out of there, but the Frozen Tomb is on a pretty short cooldown at this stage of the game.
Yeah, Chovy not even going the Imperial Mandate as well, so not going to be as short a cooldown as it could be otherwise, but still not the longest. Got that Void Staff and the Zhonyas now.
Yeah.
They're looking for him.
All right, let's see what they can get on top of him. There's the Cataclysm. Ring of Frost goes down, and yeah, it's a Lissandra. They do get the flash.
It's a good trade for KT, getting the flash out of him. The Mikhail's was down, but it's a pretty short cooldown. It's something. You're eating away at these resources from the opposite side, and even though Lissandra has a lot of built-in safety, the flash can be used to combo so well with her other abilities. KT are in a dire spot, but anything they can burn before this next Baron, next Elder Dragon, will be a big boon, making it a lot easier. Got BDD who's also completed Rabadons at this point, so his damage is very much online.
Yeah, it's absolutely obscene. And now has another needlessly large rod as well. Just making sure that he maximizes the amount of damage he can do. Chovy parked himself towards his top lane, has been up here for quite some time, but it's 2 minutes. And honestly, it does, even though it's an 8,000 gold lead, even though there's a Mountain Soul, I do still feel like KT might have the opportunity to bring this to a coin flip. Right? If you can get Cuz into that pit with a smite available, magic can often happen.
They got through the tough point where their summoners were unavailable. Flash is going to be back up. They have strong scaling elements in their team composition. Gen G are still in a great spot, don't get me wrong. Chovy just picked up a Rabadon's there. Sold a Dark Seal for it, so feeling pretty good about that. And don't get me wrong, Gen G are very far ahead, but a misexecution, a misstep, not killing a primary target, there's a lot of damage from KT that can be turned around, because even though they're really far behind in gold, the carries have items. It's 5 items for aiming, 4.5 for BDD. They have the damage to dish out. It's just having the freedom to do so when they're under such threat.
Now KT moving up this mid lane. Cuz might be in a little bit of trouble. Does get snared momentarily as BDD actually dashing forward, looking for that Arcane Storm. It hasn't really done anything outside of get rid of the Mountain Shield, as now the ulti comes forward from Canyon as well, as he gets in on top. The follow-up is very, very late. And now Keen from that top side finally shows up as Chovy gets that claw forward but does not follow it in. And KT, I don't know whether they're exactly unhappy with how this one went. Ult for ult is going to be the trade. Canyons for BDDs. But now the Baron is being started up by Gen G, even though KT know it's going to be so hard for them to do anything about it, as the claw is not going to be followed once again.
Gone.
Perfect gets in there, and there is the Baron. It's just gone. But Gen G, take it.
I will say Baron, not the biggest concern when Elder is on the card, so KT will back away here and try and regain control. Chaos Storm nearly back up again for BDD.
Yep, you cannot lose anyone though, otherwise it's just going to be free Elder as Perfect, he might be going down. Canyon managing to land those daggers, slicing and dicing.
Oh, the blast
and Cuz trying to get himself out of there. He flashes to get away. There are 2 GAs, so these low health members will keep themselves alive. But they do want to take those big cooldowns, and Canyon's dead! Cataclysm comes in, and it's a double for aiming! Perfect is now trying to fight this as he goes down to his GA. And Ruler and Chovy and Keen, I think they're just going to try and look to end the game, because they've lost their smite and Elder is up!
BDD walking forward, looking for Ruler here.
Oh my goodness, this is so precarious. This is so awkward because Gen G have just kind of obliterated the base. And so KT, they need someone to defend, but they also need to take this Elder off the map before respawns come in.
Okay, Perfect's there. They should be able to defend this top inhibitor. 2 down, it's not good, but it's not the end of the game. And they now have the Elder secured, which it's a big boost in power. Can they make use of it in this next 2 minutes 20 though is the big question. This was such a delicate fight, and it was just disrespect of the Victor's damage and the Chaos Storm, because they've been a lot of tools trying to take out Perfect, and if they get him into his GA, he's a sitting dub. The Blast Cone from Cuz, I didn't quite see even second time around how that happened, but hilarious.
Yeah.
The Blast Cone shenanigans here. BDD gets so much damage down.
My lord!
Maybe they thought it was still not available yet, but he kills 2. Canyon goes down before really using anything, and then Ruler has to run away from the sheer size of it.
Yeah, the double reset actually kind of gigantic. Poor BDD, able to really boost up that Chaos Storm, formerly now Arcane Storm.
This is one problem, is that KT have Elder Dragon and absolutely win a fight if they take one right now.
Yes.
But Gen G have Baron and 2 super minion waves pushing and will not fight you.
Yeah, it feels like an absolute stalemate, and we're just going to have to wait until the next Baron and Elder are up and available.
Yeah, it has bought time for KT, but Gen G have that permanent buff off the Mountain Dragon, which they feel very good about.
Yeah.
And they have a lot of wave clear that they can do pretty safely with the Xayah and the Lysandra just to thin it out. Might have to give up this tier 2. I think that's going to be the cost in this situation, but it's not exactly a huge... Oh, Keen might be more of a cost.
He is going to be put into the Cataclysm, has to flash to get himself out of the way, as there is the claw from Chovy, but he ain't taking that one. That is a little bit too scary, as BDD breaks that Crystalline Overgrowth, does a lot of damage there to the turret.
So as much as the flash going down seems bad for Gen G, it actually distracted KT away from the tower, and it meant they have to wait for another wave. It's just buying more and more time. The tower's going to go down anyway.
Yeah.
They are stalling KT out as well as they can. The Baron buff is gone, so they don't have that available. But it's 30 seconds. There's just one more wave coming in that KT have to play with, and it looks like they're not even going to sit around and wait for that. The Elder has been timed out. The gold lead is closed by 1,000. And KT, despite getting that all-powerful buff, haven't been able to translate into too much on.
Oh no, it's flash from PDD. He's not able to get over the wall, but he's still able to do a lot of damage before he dies. But Ovi answers! Massive frozen tomb on himself. He goes golden as well. And now Duro gets in there, but everyone does make themselves scarce, gets out of the way, but the Lulu not going to survive. Aiming, trying to fight this one as he does kill the doggo, but now everyone else is dead. And Aiming will be able to chase down Duro potentially, but Ruler will be there with the damage. And Aiming just realizing that he has to try and do this one by himself. Chovy teleports to the enemy base, and he's going to look to finish this one once and for all. A 3-0 for Gen G off the back of this man in the mid lane. Oh my goodness, Gen G, what a performance in the end there. They may have lost the Elder Drake, but Chovy knew how to take it back. And that's a 3-0 domination from Gen G here today.
There was definitely moments throughout these games where KT put up resistance and were able to fight it out, but the end result is a convincing 3-0 from Gen G. The clutch factor was there from this team. And the top side, I feel like, were absolutely on fire when it came to this series.
Yeah, and I have to say, even though there was no Imperial Mandate, there's none of the new tech for the Lissandra. The way Chovy played out those last few team fights was absolutely magical.
So he found this big 3-man combo that won them the game. And then game 3 started.
Oh man, and so Gen G will be making it that El Clasico against T1 tomorrow. All roads do seem to lead to Gen G versus T1 in the end. So what we kind of thought was going to happen at Worlds last year did not, as KT were able to do it that time. This time around, though, Gen G had their number.
I think it's a bit tragic for KT, given how strong they started the regular season off the LCK and for how long they were our top team, for them to not even be top 3 when it comes to the road to MSI runnings. And we'll get to see what Gen G sign here alongside their names with a lot of nice messages from HLE. But
yeah, Keen deciding that instead he's just going to write Keen.
I think it makes sense because they haven't made the full journey yet.
Nope.
So maybe just getting the signatures down first and foremost. The messages can maybe wait for tomorrow.
Yeah, Ruler doing the same thing, and maybe, I actually like that as the idea. If they are going to be going to Daejeon tomorrow, then they can add the little message there. And I don't think you want to be celebrating just yet, as Arnold just walked past, and I imagine he's not ready to celebrate until tomorrow.
Yeah, I think you still have a series, and despite T1 having struggles against HLE, they always come to play when it's against Gen G. I think the one thing I'll say for Gen G, 3-0 means you don't have to show your cards too much.
Yeah.
In terms of what's been on display.
And they kind of showed all of the cards that we saw yesterday. You know, like the first game was basically game 1 from yesterday.
They just copied their cards.
Yeah, they kind of did. Like the Lissandra was tech that Faker had already brought out, so it's kind of already looking shared from the get-go.
It felt like the game ended midway, and then they just came in and picked up the cards and played them out.
It's like clean up first, please.
Yeah.
Unless you think that it's fun, just use what's already there.
At least shuffle.
Yeah. It's like doing a jigsaw puzzle, but they've only really thrown out like 4 of the pieces. And you're not really doing a jigsaw puzzle at that stage anyway. But hopefully tomorrow is going to be a brand new game, you know? Because it will be a T1 that have had some time to reflect on what went wrong in their previous series. I think that T1 are a team that are much better than what they showed against HLE yesterday. And so I think that we could be in for a very fun one between Gen G and T1.
Yeah, and I think in terms of which team might not make it to MSI, it's going to be weird for either of them not to be there, but that's going to be the case.
Yeah. HLE already taking one of those spots means that our classic of T1 Gen G not going to be there. As we're going to have a look at some of these highlights here. And this game had so many close team fights.
Yeah, there was a lot of clutch moments in this one, a lot of low health bars, and having to re-navigate how the fight was going. Chovy constantly buying so much time. Ruler with that ult, I think it was just an instantaneous reaction to the flash polymorph method. Didn't have time to get the right way around, but it did cost them quite heavily when they didn't have to move through the feathers. That was the point where you felt like maybe KT had it in them. This as well, the Cataclysm, it's a double Arcane Storm. Looked like it could have been enough to stop Gen G in their tracks, but Chovy once again able to find aiming with the backup of Keen, and Ruler cleans up in the end.
Yeah, Ruler able to get there and wipes them off the map. And I really did feel like that was going to be a fight that KT could have won, but Gen G were just too good in the 5v5s today. Just felt like every single time they had that little bit extra in the tank to make things happen. The juggling of aggro, the understanding of who was in danger, who needed the support, who needed the help. And BDD caught out of position, spotted on that trinket, and actually walked back in. Kind of crazy, but Canyon with the wraparound, and then Chovy with the finish.
Yeah, you can see the tentative about getting too close for the damage of the wall, but that triple root from Chovy just so big. And you can see how much threat aiming has, despite how the fight went. He was a real problem, but with the rest of the team dead, not much you can do.
Yeah, Ruler was put into a Cataclysm that time around, but managed to kill the Jarvan. And then aiming, realizing that he had no one there to help him.
You know what? I love the cheeky feather from Dura at the end, just like, thanks for the help, mate.
I also really like looking at the player cams. Chovy after that one, just a bit of a stretch out of the neck. I think that Gen G knows that it is not over by any means just yet, and they really do need to knuckle down tomorrow in order to make sure that they can head to MSI and defend their title, right? They are the MSI reigning champions right now, and they have no chance of defending unless they beat T1 tomorrow. As we have a look at the post-game damage graph, that is an absurd amount of Lissandra damage. This champion is not known for doing massive amounts of damage.
Don't you think it's crazy that Lissandra gets a new item that everyone is obsessed with? It doesn't get built and Lissandra still pops off.
Yeah. As it turns out, her kit is still pretty strong. As Chovy picks up the player of the match, I really hope, Orcs, that you send in a comment that just says, it's easy to explain. Because it is.
It is pretty easy to explain. And this was a pretty easy POM. I think there was definitely points where I was like, Canyon's looking good, but then Chovy just delivered game after game after game.
Yeah, he was so incredibly good in this series. We will be able to hear from him as well in the POM interview at the same time. I believe we have all of Gen G standing alongside, but I'm not entirely sure. I did see them lined up, and yeah, we do have the full team interview prior to their match against T1 to hear what their thoughts are about that matchup. And I guess we all should have known that this is where we were heading. And I guess we did, because we all predicted
the whole global side went 3-0. We knew this.
There we go. So we are now going to go to the predicted interview with all of Gen G.
Thank you very much, guys, for the handoff. This is here for the full team interview translation, joined by the players and the head coach of Gen G, who will head over to the final round. We got Keen, Canyon, Chovy, Ruler, Duro, and head coach Ryu. First, let's talk to Keen. You just beat KT, and we'll head over to the final round. How do you feel? You know, despite game 1 not being clean, I think overall it was a really nice 3-0. It was clean overall, so it feels great. And from your rock-solid Sion play to picking Mbessa to pick one off while getting dove, your play was just phenomenal. So what is the moment where you went, that was clean? I think in game 2, yeah, with me shrugging off the dive, we were able to take a lot of big advantages. So I think that was a really good game with Mbessa. And tomorrow you'll face T1 with the MSI second seed on the line. So as the MSI repeat defending champions, how confident are you going into tomorrow? I feel like we're actually able to maintain really good chemistry. We are feeling amazing right now. So hopefully we are in great condition tomorrow so that we can make it to MSI. And Canyon, you just took down KT 3-0 to make it to the final round. How amazing does that feel? You know, being able to win today's match with a clean series gives us even more time to prepare for tomorrow. It feels great. And in Game 3, your comp looked pretty tricky with how the enemy Lulu just was looking for you. So it must have been pretty tricky or hard for you to go in as Naafiri. Yeah, I think it was a little more tough to try to engage and go in. So I think in the end I was just trying to be on the side, trying to poke the enemy down more than just going in all in to engage. But you know, it actually worked out in the end. I'm just glad. And with wins at the last year, with the last year MSI and the year before, the three-peat must be on your mind. Yeah, I mean, we really want to make it to MSI this time around too, so hopefully we can prepare well in order to advance to MSI. And what is your mindset against T1 tomorrow? You know, this year we have been winning and also losing against T1, so hopefully tomorrow we'll have a fun time and make sure that we're able to win. Next up, we have Chovy. You know, as expected from the Tigers, Gen.G took a 3-0 win. And with many votes that you got for POM, you were the POM today. How do you feel? Yeah, it was a 3-0 victory, and getting the POM and performing well makes me very happy. And in Game 3, you actually blind picked Lissandra to round out the top side with Nar, Naafiri, and Lissandra. So what kind of advantage were you looking for? Yeah, I had to go for that first pick mid, and in the top jungle, since we didn't have enough CC, we wanted to go ahead and just kind of go with that Lissandra pick. It looked like a pretty decent one at the moment. And against T1 tomorrow, what do you think will be the key? T1 tries to look for a breakthrough whenever they're behind, and they're actually really good at pulling off a turnaround. So I think that's just something that we will have to watch out for while playing. And anything you would like to say to your fans in Wonju? I really want to make sure that we can repay all of your expectations and all your support, and make sure that we can actually win it all by making it to MSI. And Ruler, a 3-0 perfect victory to advance to the final round. How do you feel? I think we were able to come back in crucial moments, which feels amazing. And your reflex was on point. Great focus today. So, what was the process like to get back in form? Yeah, I think I was losing focus during the regular season. And I just tried to focus on making sure that I can get back in form during practice as best as I can. And you let the opponent take their preferred Lunar Lulu picks, so was that just sourced from your confidence? Yeah, I think we were able to definitely deal with that pretty well, so that's just a decision that happened in the moment. And just one step for MSI. What is your mindset? I think our mindset is solely focused on making sure that we make it to MSI by winning tomorrow. And Duro, against KT, you were able to win. How does it feel? That 3-0 victory makes me really happy. And at entrance, you look so nice and calm when greeting your fans. So how did it feel spending time with your Wonju fans? I think it was all thanks to our fans' cheer and loud support that we were able to win and take that 3-0. And tomorrow will be a final match against T1. So what do you think will be the score I think we will take a victory with a 3-1. You know, MSI was the first stage that you were able to lift the trophy last year. This will be your second time following last year to step up into that stage. So, what would you like to say? In the teaser, I said that I will take our fans to Daejeon and I want to keep my promise and keep my word. So hopefully see you in Daejeon, my fans. Lastly, let's talk to head coach Ryu. Congratulations! How do you feel? My players did so amazing. And even in dire moments, they were able to come back. So I'm just really happy to see that. So from today's match, what went well and what were some pain points to improve on? I think what went well was that even when starting from behind, you know, such as the laning phase, we were able to sort of come back pretty easily. And pain points? Nothing, really. And tomorrow will be a final round against T1. So with the given time, what will you focus on coaching? I think the draft will be the most crucial area, so I will prepare and do my best. And any word for the fans? Looking forward to seeing Genji at MSI. You know, we want to make sure that we were prepared well so that we can meet all of you and see all of you at MSI. We are definitely looking forward to Genji's performance tomorrow. Congratulations once again. That is all from Genji and back to the desk. Thank you.
You, dear Ayaya, as we get a look one more time from Chovy's view. The big play that closed this one out to keep the shutout, the 3-0 flash over the wall and stun out the hopes for KT's reverse sweep.
Man, if there's one guy who you can trust in team fights and who really pops off, it is Chovy. I feel like his mechanical skill is just on such a high level in this team as he steps up for the team. Not only in the Sandra game, but also the picks he made in the Mel game around Dragons really opened up the game for Genji.
Right before that moment, I think it was Duro, but the trinket goes on to BDD. The call is, I think he's alone, and all of Genji's ready to collapse. Chovy makes that play, and the final seconds of Elder, his stasis buys enough time to where the Elder actually wears off and they're able to continue to push. Just clean calls like this is how you close games out.
Before we start to talk about something else, can we just bring up the predictions once again? Because in the pre-show, we kind of knew that, you know?
Yeah.
We kind of knew what's going to happen.
I did predict it.
Right?
Yeah.
But
It too.
the one guy
One
really ruined the KT momentum.
Chat,
And he's here!
please be nice. Again, this is the philosopher of commenters. When usually we learn something about Korean memes, Korean history, it is this man on your screen. Pony joins us for the first time on the global desk. He did think this was a 3-2 KT, and he did tell me earlier it was hard to explain.
Okay.
But now, Pony, what happened?
Okay, and first, thank you for your introduce.
Of
course.
Yeah.
And my English is bad.
No, it's
so
not.
so what it is translator.
Okay, I'll try.
Okay. 설명하기 힘들다고 했잖아. 근데 거기에 깊은 철학이 있어.
Like I said it's hard to explain, but like there's a philosophy, you know?
I hope so, because you are the philosopher. 선생님. So, explain the philosophy.
자, 1세트를 봐.
The game one.
Okay.
기술은 약자를 위한 거야.
Like techniques is for the weak team, you know?
Yes.
그래서 KT 롤스터가 멋진 준비를 해왔어.
So KT prepared something really great.
Which they did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
근데 졌어.
But they lost.
Yeah, okay, all right. That's one game.
그래서 거기서 무너진 거야.
I think after that they just fell off.
Oh, okay. That's the philosophy?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Pretty hard to explain.
It's hard to explain. It's hard to explain.
As always I say I'm not good at English.
No.
How to explain?
Well, I think it was hard to explain even if you were good at English. But you are great at English.
So close.
This is great, Pony. Don't worry about
They can win game 1. They can win game 3.
Yeah?
but they fall.
The strategy, the preparation was there in
Yeah.
Pony's defense. Like in game 1 especially, you could really see they emulated the draft we saw yesterday. The execution of the early game was very crisp.
So at this point, so
It was great.
So before he leaves, I want to ask you something because he ruined KT today, but we have one more to go.
We do have one more.
We do have one more to go. It's Gen.G versus T1 once again. So what do you think about this matchup? Gen.G versus T1.
Tomorrow?
Yeah, tomorrow.
Okay.
Predict.
I predict
Yes.
Gen.G will win.
Oh!
Oh! Whoa. Uh-oh. Watch out.
What about the score?
3 versus 2.
Oh, 3-2 Gen.G.
여기도 철학이 있어.
There's a philosophy here as well.
Okay, philosophy time.
Yeah?
1년에
Yeah?
이런 경기장을 빌리는 게 흔하지 않아.
It's not really like normal that like we rent this kind of arena, you know?
모든 BO5는 꽉을 가야 돼.
Every single BO5 has to go BO5. Like
그게 내
5
철학이야.
games. That's my philosophy.
Oh. But then why is Gen.G the one that's winning?
근데 왜 Gen.G가 이긴다고?
몸이 달아올라 있잖아.
They are warmed up.
Oh.
They're so warmed up.
They are warmed up. Even though T1 played more games.
근데 T1이 더 게임 많이
They're warmed up.
전날 했잖아.
it was the day before.
That's right. That's right.
Now.
And they've cooled off. They warmed up then cooled off. Thank you so much, Pony, for all of that. Everyone in chat loves Pony. All look at that. All the Pony. All the Pony. There's Pony.
Yeah.
근데 그게 있어요.
Hog, yeah.
Like but there's one more.
제가 진지한 얘기를 못 하는 게 아니에요.
Yeah, it's like not like I'm not just having fun, you know. I can also talk seriously.
Yes.
근데 안 그러는 거야. 그냥.
I'm just like having fun, you know. Like I'm not like being serious, you know. I'm just having fun.
Fun Pony, everyone. Thank you so much, Pony,
Pony,
for
the
joining.
man of the knowing of the strategy, the man who knows the complicated things that are difficult to explain.
Very difficult to explain. Again, he called out what would happen. KT just didn't want to do it. They did come out with the plan as Pony had said. Thank you so much, Pony. Yahoo! All right.
Do you guys know Yahoo?
Yeah.
Yahoo! 원주 Yahoo!
All right.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you so
Thank
much,
you, Pony.
There it is. As who will be joining Hanwha Life Esports on the train to Daejeon? We'll find out. It will be a big one here. T1 versus Gen.G. As we take a look at the POM votes one more time, it was Chovy getting the POM here, stealing this one away. A lot of votes for top side for Keen. One shout out to Canyon in the jungle, but again, never could go wrong with the Chovy vote. I was told that it was the jungler Umpty voting for the jungler Canyon.
I mean, I think I remember some good plays from him as well, because like when he played Wukong, I think he stole the Drake, and I think that makes sense. But for me, it was Keen. I think whenever like I see the draft from Keen, it's just like he makes the draft much easier, you know? I think he can play weak side, but we don't consider Keen weak side as a weak side, you know?
To be fair, he did get the silent counter pick to the Jace. They got the Gnar, the blind Gnar after the Vayne ban.
The thing is, like, always trust on this guy, right?
I think it's true, though, because I think it gave KT a lot of problems with the resources they were using in draft as well, even though he did end up getting these picks. It's like, well, you want to get perfect the Jace, but you got to deal with this guy. I chose Chovy because he was a part of that game 1 end, had the TP to end there in the final game, had the big Tibbers on the Annie, had the Lissandra play there in game 3. I wanted to vote Keen, but in the end, ultimately, especially in that final one, I pushed it to Chovy.
Yeah. There are times where it's the boom boom damage that takes it, but I think this one, it was the final big plays there by Chovy.
That was
for me. It was Chovy as well. Pretty much, Wolf summed it up very well. I think that game 1 really turned the momentum into Gen.G's hands, and even though KT drafts were so focused and on top side in the first 2 games, and only by the game 3 they started focusing the bot lane with the Yunara Lulu. And even though I feel like if game 3 was actually game 1, it would have been way more winnable. But because Chovy found these peaks onto
3-man
effort
Yeah.
in game 1 with his Mel, I felt like that really turned the favor in terms of Gen.G winning that game, and then Gen.G just snowballed. Overall, teamfight God, he was so good on Lissandra, on Annie, he was so good on Mel. I feel like he's always looking for those plays that would turn the game, and you know, he's just a really strong laner and a very good CSR.
Yeah. Yenko's getting to see the Chovying up close.
I want to bring something up.
Wait, no.
Okay, I'm gonna hold.
We'll save it, because we've got more comments that we got to go through here. Let's take a look at what we had here from Ox, a knower of meta, We know that it was difficult to explain for Pony, but it's very easy to explain for Ox.
It's also easy to explain why it's Chovy as well. It's double meaning. Great Pommet. This Pommet, probably the best one we've had so far.
Yeah, for sure. Let's see what else that we had here from our commenters. Pony, there's never been a big game where mid lane didn't matter. And in the past, BDD's been able to come up for a couple of big plays here, but it was Chovy this time coming out on top. What else do we have here from our commenters? The Fortress of Gen G.
That's a good one.
I like that as well, yeah.
Good one.
Yeah, protecting everything that is Gen G's, right?
Yep.
Gen G, they own MSI. They are the reigning champs. It's the jewel is within the Gen G camp.
You can't
protected
break
by
him.
Keen.
You just can't break him, so you can't break this team.
Exactly.
Keen has seen it all. Those dives are meaningless to him. Yes, I agree with that, Prince. And then finally, I think we have one more. Umpties? Yeah. The bear of Gen G appears even on Chiaksan Mountain.
I don't fully get it, but I do appreciate fellow jungler, giving it to a fellow jungler Canyon as well. I do think Canyon is a big part of Chovy's success as well. As we said before in the pre-show, jungle mid are working together. And I think today, especially with the smites, Canyon was so much better than Cass.
Yeah. Chiaksan Mountain here in Wonju. But also is an umpty comment, so.
And mountains are often found, or sorry, bears are often found in the
mountain. In the
mountains are often found in bears. As we take a look at the match result, it was a 3-0 victory for Gen G, as Wolf did predict.
Yeah, I mean, everybody. It was, there were knowers, and then there were people who tried to explain what they did.
But I couldn't.
Thank you, Pony.
And there's the updated bracket. Our road to MSI ends tomorrow here in Wonju. T1 versus Gen G. The Classico, red versus gold one more time. And a streak will end. Since 2021, one of these two teams has gone to MSI, and that streak will end with one of them moving on and one of them failing. And now, Yankos, you can tell us why and what you're thinking.
I feel like we haven't mentioned Taker enough during this games where he didn't.
Of course, he's not playing today.
Listen, tomorrow. I know Chovy was the POM today. Tomorrow we will have this guy right here facing up against Chovy, and it's going to be an absolute cinema for the last spot at the MSI from LCK. I can't wait to see it.
I want to see T1 play well. You know, yesterday we had, I think, an underperformance, especially from the jungle, but just in general, T1 were not firing on all cylinders. They were massive favorites going into the series, and now expectations have changed with how clean Gen G looked today comparatively. Could be a tough one to call.
Yeah, I mean, I think we saw the team fight level that they have, Gen G today. I mean, but still, T1 in this kind of clutch moment, they always bring something new. They always bring something kind of absolute cinema, as Yankas mentioned. So I'm expecting T1 to win 3-2, and it's going to be an absolute banger series.
I just want a good series. I
Yes.
just want one. We get one.
5 games.
Pony's
I want
right.
5 games.
We should get 5. That's what we deserve.
We always usually get one. We always usually get one here in the road shows, and it is the class of the LCK doing battle once again with big stakes on the line. T1 versus Gen G tomorrow. You don't want to miss it. On behalf of everyone here at the LCK, thank you so much for watching, and we'll close out the spring tomorrow for that matchup. Bye-bye.
stole.